We don't attribute this kind of protection to our thinking nor our might. We believe that it is the sheer grace that you have given us. Father God, it is important that no matter how much we feel we are in control, but we believe that it is important that we must invite you. We invite you to be part of this gathering. We know, Holy Spirit, you are hovering without hesitation anytime when we have invited you. You are always knocking at the door, waiting to come in and be with us and also share your wisdom with us. This we ask in Jesus Christ's mighty name, and we believe that we have received it. Guide us, Father God. The Holy Bible says, the steps of the righteous man are guided by God. You are going to guide us. You are going to ensure that this session becomes a success. You are going to protect us each and every day of these 3 days when we go to our families and when we come back tomorrow and the next day after tomorrow. All this we believe we have received in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Amen. Program Director Babu Mavuso, the head of Sizakala Center or Customer Service Unit, head of Sizakala Centers, which is called Sizakala Customer Service Unit. His Worship the Mayor in absentia, who's still probably going to join us. The Chairperson of EThekwini Municipality's Governance and Human Capital Committee, Councillor Nkosenhle Madlala. Chairperson of SALGA, Councillor Xolan Dube. Mr. Sandile Mahlaba, Microsoft representative, public sector sales executive at Microsoft. Dr. Thomas Radzilani from South African Revenue Service, the head of taxpayer service. I would like to be introduced to that gentleman for my own benefit. For my own benefit. Ms. Thandikadebe from the city of Tshwane, Siyabonga Mapungane, for traveling all the way. She's the acting governance and support officer there. El Professor Hosana Twino Murinzi of the University of Johannesburg, Innovation and Postgraduate Studies. Ms. Tembile Tobo, our own deputy head from Human Capital Community Services Group in EThekwini Municipality. Professor Somadoda Fikeni, Mhlekazi Omhle, the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, we greet you. The members of the civil society, the leadership there, the government officials across the board, the mighty city officials who take care of more than 4.2 million customers in our city, the members of the academia, the members of the media, distinguished guests, all protocol is indeed observed. Because I have a little bit of time that I believe I must use it and use it properly. Someone said if you give the city manager a podium, he thinks that he's the only one in charge. He waffles along. Please do allow me to waffle a little bit about this important session that we are going to have. I want to start off by a story. I want to narrate a story, a practical story, of my interaction with two old ladies in Constantia in Cape Town 2 years ago. I went there to wash my car, saw those two white ladies. I love them because they speak their mind. They've seen it all. They still want to share more in general terms. So they looked at me, they said, "Where do you come from?" I said, "I come from Durban." Then one of them says, "I wanted to retire in that seat, but how corrupt people there have messed up that seat, I was forced to come to Cape Town." That was before I introduced myself. I was forced to come to Cape Town. They really truly ruined that city. I said, "Wow, how did they do that?" Then she started telling me all these big things that are in the media. I said, "Okay." Let me introduce myself. I'm the city manager there. She says, now that you are part of those guys, let me tell you more. So she didn't apologize, she just went on and on. But the take away from that conversation, she said, the reason why I'm here washing my car, that was not the plan. I came here to buy water. Constantia is on day number 8 without water. But part of what I want to do is to also buy enough water so that I am able to bake cakes and also prepare coffee for the guys who are replacing the damaged pipeline. We are so happy about what they are doing because, listen carefully, they update us all the time. They keep us informed about our work, the work that they are doing. My goodness me, they work so hard. I wonder how their families survive because they spend time trying to fix the pipe for us here. We love them. She wasn't moaning and groaning about the day number 8 of water and corruption and stuff like that, just because she was kept updated about when will the pipe be complete, when will water start flowing, and they are saying that alone has satisfied them. Ladies and gentlemen, the moral of the story is that you don't have to be a brain surgeon to master the art of customer care. You have to do the basics. Our people understand very well that you can't, at the stroke of the finger, get everything done and get it done now. But they need to get feedback. They need to get feedback even after services have been restored, to just check how they are doing. Is the water flowing from that pipe clean? Is the pressure okay? Even 2 weeks after the service has been rendered. Is that difficult? No, it is not. Why are we not doing it? Why are the people in the private sector do it more often? If you go to service your car somewhere, they do what is called post-service aftercare. They phone you, they tell you, I'm not going to mention the brand, but at some stage, those guys, when they phone me, I'm not going to mention the vehicle brand name, they call me by name. You know, how are you, Mr. Thompson Bongmosampel? You know, I sometimes forget that I'm even called that name. We wanted to check, how is your car? How is your XX car driving? Why do they go at length to do that? The mere fact that they call me by name, I immediately become associated with them. You know, even if they tripped and they did something not so well, but I feel that I have to, tolerate that because I'm satisfied. Same happens with the banks. And the common denominator with the private sector is because they want to retain that customer. So the happier customer, more sales, more business. Now let's juxtapose that with the kind of customer that we deal with. The kind of customer that we deal with is a customer that is forced to be with us, forced marriage. Whether they get water for the next 5 days, they will still be expected to pay their bill. Whether we do whatever necessary or we don't to keep them happy, we are still guaranteed a salary on the 25th of every month. We are even guaranteed a bonus. We are even guaranteed the 12th check. So generally there is no motivation for people to do more because they are always guaranteed more. I don't know, I sound like Barry White all of a sudden. Because you are guaranteed to get more. And that becomes a motivating factor for most of the people in government to ignore the customers. because there's no motivation for that. Right from the first administration, this government has always prioritized customer care. The Batupili, I don't even know how many people can cite, let alone define in detail what each of those principles of Batupili mean. Because there's no need, there's no motivation to practicalize and ensure that you apply those things across the value chain of your work. So beyond sloganeering and talking about it as a nice thing to do, right now we are to ensure that we turn the corner. If these ratepayers association that always take us to court, if they succeed, or if they succeeded, you then begin to see the importance of taking care of our customers. Because that would be a direct instruction, direct statement to say that we are looking for an alternative way of getting the service. And then your revenue starts dwindling. You are no longer able to provide because they've sought for an alternative. And our victory in court does not necessarily mean that we must sit on our laurels. Those guys are saying something. It has come to a point where some people are really feeling the pinch. And they want to say, why must I continue to pay when I'm not going to get the service that I want? So we are very grateful to have somebody like Mavuso, who's very passionate generally about his job, but more importantly about customer service. And he deals with bad treatment of customers. I've seen him deal with people in the Sizakala centers that have not been treating customers very well. But Mavuso is the front desk. There are people in the back office who are supposed to do their work so well such that Mavuso continues to look good. Because he's only scraping the surface. When he fires Sizakele, who dealt badly with a customer. But the customer was very irate because someone at Water and Sanitation has not fixed the meter that was leaking for the last 2 weeks. If the people at Water and Sanitation had done their job, Sizakele would not have faced an irate customer. Do you understand the umbilical cord between the level of service and the satisfied customer? But we then tend to want to treat it as if it's something that the people at Sizakala centers must do. In actual fact, the customer care is about people in the value chain that are actually doing the job. Then the Sizakala centers, the customer care people, what they do is to espouse the good job that these people have done on the ground. We were brought up, and I thought about this thing very sincerely, and somebody said, it's something that we all know. Customer is always right. But we've never analyzed it. Is customer always right when he comes and says, I'm giving you 72 hours to respond, failing which I'm going to the media? This person does not know the load you are carrying. This person does not know that you sleep at 3 in the morning, pushing guys to get the job done. The immediate instinct is to say, this guy is not respectful, doesn't appreciate what I do all the time. And then you get into the scene of wanting to respond and fix him or her. The message, Honorable Hlogo, that I'm putting across is that that adage that the customer is always right was meant to control us, to prepare us for any kind of customer, was meant to prepare us to be patient when dealing with customers. But the key is that we must provide our service in such a way that we limit the number of customers that are not happy about our service. So the concept of the customer always being right, we must begin to conceptualize it. We must begin to say, we want to limit the number of those that are still going to be called right, even when they treat us unfairly. But we must increase the number of those that are satisfied. Through update, through follow-up, through communication, limiting negativity. Because those things have a true bearing on how we have provided a service in the first place. I want to say, in EThekwini, under the leadership of His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Xaba, Bab Madlala here, we take this thing of the customers so seriously that we have not shied away from applying consequence management and getting rid of people that are really standing in the way of customer satisfaction. The amount of positive news that you are finding is not because we have employed a new spin doctor. We have not employed a new spin doctor, but what we have done is to fix the level of service insofar as cleanliness of the city is concerned, insofar as the maintenance of green spaces is concerned, insofar as dealing with potholes and fixing our roads. Of course, we are still lagging behind insofar as water and sanitation issues are concerned, but we are winning that battle. We can't do it all at once. There will be varying degrees of success, reflecting that we need to pull the organization around ensuring that we have happy customers. So we are committed to ensure that as you pay your rates, you are happy because the service you have received is satisfactory too. However, we are not infallible, particularly because we are building ourselves up. We've been badly battered by the floods in succession, cycles of destruction through Mother Nature. There are a lot of things that are not going very well. But within that, we want to assure and commit our people that we want to make this city a city that will make that lady on the foot of Constantia to want to come back and retire in Durban. Because it is very possible. And more importantly, we've prayed about it. And we believe that God is going to guide our ways as we make this a better city. I thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. We have heard what you are saying. In the room CM, we have got contact center managers, those that deal with customers. I saw there's Mpume there. Mpume, raise your hand. There's Mpume there. There's Mpume there. I saw Normalizo. Where is Normalizo? Here's Normalizo here. And I saw the brand new one. Tusi, there is Tusi there. So, in the main colleagues, those are people that deal with our customers, and they've heard, definitely, we've heard. Now, I'm going to do something a bit mischievous because I still have this authority here. Can I invite 3 people, just 3, quickly, that are able to speak, just to give advice to the city manager? Just 3 people, if they are, those that have got, guts. So colleagues, as we sit at home, as we sit in our offices, are we not judging Musambele where he's sitting? He's supposed to be doing this. If I were there, I would do this. So now we can't say anything. Going once, going twice. There's a lady. Okay, Alison. start with Alison. I saw that ahead there, Goodman. Yeah, only two, ne? No one else afterwards, only two. We're not attacking, we're giving solid, good advice. Thank you very much. Can we give a mic to Alison quickly, please? Colleagues, we are supposed to be passing the budget sometime this month, this week. So I know that CM and Councillor Madlala are supposed to be attending a session. So we are very happy that he's here. I know that he's going to leave, but when he leaves, we must know that he's going to that meeting. Alison.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. It's a privilege, obviously, to be part of this. I think this is my third year now that I've been invited to be part of the EThekwini customer service lectures and engagements. I'm very grateful this morning as I was driving past Albert Park to see it's been beautifully cleaned up, brilliant with the razor wire fence. My concern is just we don't just have a city CBD, we've got wards as well. So drive around all the wards, because those people that have been displaced there have now been moved into the suburbs, and I can tell you, coming from the bluff is not clean. There's potholes everywhere. There's land invasion happening at a vastly rapid rate, so don't just focus on the CBD. Many of the residents that live in the wards don't even come to the CBD. So from that perspective, get a holistic view of all the wards, not just the CBD.
Thank you, Alison. He has noted. There's Mr. Sibia there, the last person.
Greetings to all my bosses here and all you colleagues. Name is Goodman Sibia. I'm glad to be with the city manager and giving advice. For once, I'm an advisor to the city manager. So, sir, no, we appreciate your presence, and I would like to say, you know, at Sizakala we have what we call monthly meetings. We report to our head what is happening, you know, in our departments. And I would request, you know, like the lady that just sat down now, she spoke about potholes. If you can maybe every 2 months get a report on the potholes. I've been a victim of a pothole. I had to pay about 2.5 to repair my rim, and you know, and in that street there were about 3 cars that had the same problem, same time. So if you could get that report maybe every 2nd month in terms of our road conditions, you know, maybe it will make a difference. Also the street lights, you know, you find that street lights are not working for a long time. You know, if you could just check as well on that, you know, frequently, you know, I think it will make it, because especially the street lights, you know, the crime in the community is also can also be caused by the absence of the light. Now that it's winter time, you know, there's going to be a lot of crime, you know, and people are leaving homes early, walking to the taxi ranks and all that. So that is my advice to my boss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, we can have different things to say that are negative about the city manager, but one thing I know about him, he can make a decision. Whether it's wrong afterwards or it's right, you can make a decision and stand by it. From where I'm sitting, city manager, you are doing what I would like you to see doing. That is holding people accountable. We have seen people, you know, there's a group, Councillor Madlala, WhatsApp group for managers. Now and then you see someone being removed. Then you know that something has happened. So people are being dealt with within the city. People are being dismissed for failing to do their work. So you know those potholes and lights, there are people that are supposed to be doing those things, and they are being dealt with. Thank you very much for that, city manager. Moving forward, colleagues, I will then invite our political head, but today he's standing in for the mayor to come and talk to us. Councillor Madlala, Please come forward, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mavuso, our head of the Sizakala Customer Service Unit. Greetings to you, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to come and say some words on behalf of the mayor. I must say that everything that I'm going to say here after a few minutes is going to be directly from the mayor, and should not be attributed to me. I'm saying so because, Mr. Mpele, I once had the pleasure of standing in as the acting mayor, and that week I won a national award of being the Mambara of the week. So things have happened when I'm standing in for big people. Let me observe all protocols in the interest of time and say, ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute pleasure and profound honor to address this Customer Service Symposium 2025 organized by our city. Today we converge at a pivotal moment where citizens' expectations, cutting-edge technological innovation, and an unwavering commitment to Batopile principles unite. In this increasingly digital and customer-driven landscape, the agency of delivering responsive, transparent, and exceptional service has reached unprecedented heights. Therefore, this symposium represents not just a dialogue. It serves as a strategic platform for transformation, as artificial intelligence, automation, and e-government platforms revolutionize how we connect with our communities. We must also confront the systemic challenges that many municipalities still grapple with, including, but not limited to, fragmented service delivery, skills shortages, outdated systems that need to be addressed, and I must add, the lack of coverage for many areas of our cities. Together, through our shared commitment, we will shift from intention to action, embedding innovation into our customer service framework while staying true to the human-centered values that define our public service ethos. Over the next 2 days, we'll engage deeply with a range of pressing themes, reimagining local government customer service in this digital era, equipping, training, and honoring our frontline heroes, and ensuring that every citizen interaction is met with dignity, efficiency, and compassion. I was happy to see that some of our frontline staff are also present here, because our discussion would have been meaningless without them, because of the said failures, be it political, administrative, and otherwise. They face the wrath of the irate customers who feel that they are unfair. And when they tell them that they don't know what they are talking about, it's like they are trained to lie to these customers. And therefore, they are indeed our heroes. I urge each and every one of you to immerse yourself fully, sharing your insight, innovations, and challenges so that you can learn and improve customer care. You must be like Alison when there was an opportunity here to speak to the powers that be. She was the first one to bell the cat. Heroic. No, thank you very much. The diversity represented in this room is a source of great encouragement, from tech developers, academics, community leaders, to call center agents. This multi-sectoral dialogue is not just vital. It is essential if you are to create a public service ecosystem that truly embodies the Batopile principles. As a city, we are already implementing various initiatives to improve customer care. Through our Sizakala customer services, we are piloting AI-powered help desks, expanding service accessibility via mobile platforms, and crafting a citizen feedbacks ecosystem. We are also continuously upskilling our frontline teams, reinforcing the understanding that customer service is not just a function, a support function, but a key service delivery instrument. Moreover, we are championing interdepartmental integration, launching digital dashboards to rigorously monitor our performance. Our vision is crystal clear: to restore public confidence and become a national benchmark for citizen-centric and tech-enabled municipality. Through platforms such as this symposium, we are not only sharing our experiences, but also extend a warm invitation to all municipalities and other stakeholders to work with us on this transformative journey. As we forge ahead, it is imperative to acknowledge that technological progress must be matched by institutional readiness. Digital transformation is not solely about tools or platforms. It is about reconfiguring organizational culture, leadership paradigms, and service mindsets. Research on public sector innovation indicates that without a parallel investment in change management and capacity building, even the most advanced systems risk failure or underutilization. Therefore, we must invest in both technological infrastructure and human capital if we are to see our city succeed. Another cornerstone of our sustainable transformation lies in the intergovernmental collaboration and knowledge sharing. The challenges faced by municipalities are rarely isolated. They are systemic and interconnected. Maybe let me also add that they are structural. Platforms like Mile serves as a critical knowledge hubs where best practices can be exchanged, capacity gaps identified, and scalable innovations disseminated. Let us seize this moment to cultivate a culture of collective learning, break down silos between departments, cities, and provinces, and forging a government ecosystem that is agile, cooperative, and future-focused. In advancing our customer service transformation agenda, we must also consider the critical role of leadership at all levels of municipal administration. Transformational leadership, which fosters innovation, motivates teams, and aligns vision with execution, is especially essential in public institutions undergoing digital and cultural shifts. Leaders within the public sector must cultivate environments where innovation is not only encouraged, but also institutionally supported. Therefore, frontline staff feel safe to propose solutions, learn from failures, and co-create value with citizens. In tandem, the integration of digital customer service must be underpinned by a commitment to public sector ethics. As municipalities deploy AI-powered systems, chatbots, and automated workflows, questions of data protection, digital inclusion, and service fairness become more pronounced. Therefore, municipalities must adopt digital ethics charters and ensure compliance with the Protection of Personal Information Act and other data privacy regulations. Professionalization and continuous capacity buildings are equally critical. The municipal frontline is evolving from traditional clerical roles to complex, tech-integrated citizen engagement functions. This necessitates a new breed of municipal officers who are not only digitally literate, but also emotionally intelligent, systems-oriented, and adaptable. Therefore, partnerships with training institutions, including Mile and accredited sitters, should be intensified to deliver programs that reinforce a culture of lifelong learning within our public service workforce. Through global networks like United Cities and Local Government, UCLG, and the Smart Africa Alliance, we have an opportunity to position EThekwini as a continental leader in inclusive digital governance, where technology enhances human dignity, responsiveness, foster public trust, and innovation becomes the new currency of service excellence. Our efforts in transforming municipal customer service are also intrinsically aligned with the global sustainable development goals, particularly Goal 16, which speaks about peace, justice, and strong institutions, and Goal 9, which speaks to industry, innovation, and infrastructure. By modernizing service delivery through digital platforms, fostering transparent governance, and promoting participatory decision-making, we contribute to building accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. Additionally, through expansion of accessible infrastructure and the empowerment of frontline workers, we directly support Goal 8, which speaks to decent work and economic growth. These efforts underscore our commitment not only to local progress, but to South Africa's role in the global developmental agenda. As I conclude, I wish you an incredible, productive, and inspiring symposium. Let this be a defining moment of collective commitment to elevating public service, not just as an obligation, but as a calling. Let us lead with innovation, compassion, and unwavering belief that every citizen interaction is an invaluable opportunity to serve with excellence. With those few words, thank you very much. We wish you a progressive knowledge-sharing symposium that is going to bear actionable action on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hlogo. You spoke about innovation. You will recall that when we had a do, last time we met with our employees, we were celebrating 100,000 downloads at the Midway. Today we have got a rep from Center for Public Service Innovation. Yeah, I'm saying it correctly. Where we won an award as customer services in the city. As you sit, Hlogo, on your right, there's Prof who deals with 4IR at UJ. And on your left, you've got Brent from Oracle. So you're sitting with innovation. That is the kind of caliber of people that are within the room. Now, in a week or two is the last month of the financial year, and we must be assessed. So I must be strategic when I do these things. I can't be, standing up and not calling my boss to come and say a few words. Otherwise, I'm going to get a 2. So can I then invite my boss, Sipho Cele, DSM of Governance and IR within the city, just to say a few words in this glorious occasion, Makai?
Thank you, Bab Mavuso, as the program director, and my apologies for delayed arrival at this important occasion, and also greetings to a man who's wearing 2 hats at this meeting, Baba Hlogo. Firstly, I think as the important cap he's wearing of being a mayor today, and secondly, as being my permanent boss as a political overseer of the work that I do, and chair of the governance committee, and also the leadership that is with you from the committee, and also greetings to my boss, Ubaba Usompisi, and colleagues from the administration, executive management, as well as colleagues from the various components of city life and city service delivery, but also colleagues from our partners from the provincial government, national government, and agencies that support us in the quest for improving service delivery in our space of responsibility at EThekwini Municipality. City manager, we've traversed this journey for more than 10 years now. A journey of trying to be the best in class insofar as customer experience is concerned. We've been doing it diplomatically for the past, persuading maybe what Mavuso as program director was saying earlier about now the stick coming. Probably we need to start applying that so that we have the carrot for a long time, but now we need to start applying a little bit of pressure on people to actually give credence and meaning to the value addition which our customers give to us. And in fact, it's our customers that give us the livelihood that we have individually, because at the end of the month, we do receive something in our bank accounts, which is an acknowledgement of that fact that we do work. However, I think if we do not do work, then of course, the impact is going to be negative. We are going to have an unhappy customer out there. And I don't think it'll augur well for us as a city, as I said, in our quest for being the best in class, but most importantly, for actually providing that experience that our customer requires and desires, and in fact demands of us as people that provide services. Insofar as the journey that we've traveled, City Manager and Babu Hloko, we have done a lot. We have trained more than 500 people with frontline service in the municipality in conjunction with EMA. And in fact, I think the cause that we provide is accredited and is and acknowledged nationally as part of the service excellence that we provide. We have attempted to integrate the service platforms that we have, whether it's at a walk-in center, it's at a call center, as in a contact center, or any other means of engagement with the customer, so that a customer does not have to hop from one platform to another to get the different services, but try and aim at a one-stop shop scenario where once a customer interacts with me, they are then able to deal with any and every matter that they might have that requires city officials to deal with. And the city is such a complicated maze, and if you consider that as employees ourselves, there are corners of that maze that we don't know, how much more of a customer that comes outside our environment, as it were. And therefore it becomes very important for us to be able to sort of provide that support and assistance to the customer, so that they do not get lost and waste time, effort, and resources in trying to learn us and learn about us, as opposed to getting their problems resolved, as it were. We also have, in the many years that I've indicated, we have tried to deal with the soft issues. I think in terms of the hard issues of fixing a pipe, we have actually harped on those quite a lot. But we, in the effort to serve the customer, have also tried to give the soft skills such as compassion. If a customer comes to us and talks to us, we need to actually feel what they feel and even feel more. But most importantly, understand what the consequences of our inaction might be as regards their quest to pursue a livelihood and to pursue whatever life sort of endeavors that they are pursuing, as it were. So I think it's important that we then do receive the support through symposia such as this one and other processes in getting the alignment between role players to actually happen, to take traction, so that you do not want a situation where, even though it might seem unrelated, you do not want a situation where, if we want customer care agents, HR or human capital then delays us in the procurement of those agents, so that whilst it's an HR matter, but it's got a heavy impact or a high impact on the issues of delivering services to the customer. If our IT and IS colleagues take 10 years to procure a system which could make our lives easier, make the lives of a customer easier, whilst at face value it's an IS or human sort of an information technology matter, but when it comes to the impact on the customer, it actually is quite a huge impact, as it were. So that the various role players, partners, must actually act in unison, act in a synchronized fashion, so that the end goal of actually having that satisfied customer prevailing becomes attained and achieved. And hopefully through a symposium such as this one, City Manager, we will get to understand one another and not fight and compete with one another, but rather cooperate, collaborate with one another in that quest of servicing the customer. And we take this opportunity to thank you for the support that you have given us in the effort to do just that, insofar as being the best in class, and also learning from our colleagues who are then better than us in some aspects, so that we incorporate those learnings into our own ways of life and our own systems to be the best that we desire and we hope to be. And to colleagues here, I think I would be not doing justice if I do not say thank you for the effort. We know the frustrations you go through from time to time, especially Hlogo, since we have learned that we can make an efficient first line contact point. But if it does not link to an efficient back office, then we have a problem. So I think it's important that we actually work at saying thank you to the front line for being efficient and effective, but also thank you for the back office for starting to now become responsive and coming to the same level that we expect them to be in terms of responsiveness and efficiency. And of course, the articulation between the two for the betterment of that experience by the customer, as it were. Having said that, thank you to all of us for having made time. I know the weather is not good out there, but with that being the case, we still need to actually come together and do the best and be the best that we can be. I know that you're probably sitting here and receiving calls from your operational centers telling you about blocked stormwater drains and so forth, and therefore we are worried about the operations back home as caused by the inclement weather that we're experiencing today. But if I may just beg you to trust those that you've left behind and focus on creating and recreating that which will actually make a better performance for the city in the future. I thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ndos. To conclude this segment of the symposium, colleagues, we will then take a short break, and then we reconvene after 15 minutes. We are early, which is good. And as we break, so that my submission next month to my guys is proper, you know, documents and things. I would also need a POE, Katsila Madlala. So can I invite City Manager Katsila Madlala, DCM, and the speakers, panelists, to please just come forward, we take a group photo. It's a POE for me, colleagues, so that lest he forgets, I will remind him with a page, say, here is the picture of that day. Yeah, so can we break for 15 minutes, colleagues, and then invite speakers to come forward for a group photo? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly come inside. Those that are still outside, may we come in and settle down. Thank you so much. May we start our session? Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome back to second session in our customer services symposium. Mr. Mahlaba, may you kindly mute? Thank you. I am Dimakatso Moloi, the program facilitator for this session. I thank God that there is this idiom that says, when you don't manage time, time will manage itself. It depends whether it manages itself in a good way or in a bad way. But this time around, I'm glad that it did well. On the first session, we were a little bit behind when we were starting, but actually, I'm very happy with our speakers that started on the first session. They are now politically or administratively advanced. They know how to manage and time. Thank you so much, but we'll go a little bit back further. We were supposed, when we were starting our first session, to play our 5 minutes video from ICC in terms of leading us and guiding us on ICC venue itself and some safety tips for health and safety. So may I give that opportunity for ICC to play for us that 5 minutes video, please.
Welcome to the Durban ICC, where the world meets Africa. As a leading world-class events facility, we make your safety our #1 priority. Please give us your attention for a few minutes to take you through some important health and safety information. As the Durban ICC is a public space, please remember to keep your personal belongings safe and with you at all times. We have many bathrooms for you to use around the venue. They are clearly marked in the foyer and concourse areas. The Durban ICC is a smoke-free building, but we do have clearly marked smoking zones outside the main entrance and in the courtyards opposite the concourse. Please make use of these areas and the ashtrays provided when you smoke. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial the emergency number 031 360 1007 for assistance. The Durban ICC has developed a very simple emergency evacuation plan that everyone must be familiar with. Our staff are specially trained and will be there to assist you in following this plan. In the event of an evacuation, an announcement will be made to leave the venue. Please remain calm and walk swiftly to the nearest emergency exit in the concourse area. These exit doors are clearly marked. Security guards and the marshals will also help direct you out of the building. Please do not use any lifts or escalators in the event of an emergency. Once outside, you will be directed to the nearest assembly point by the marshals for your safety. Please wait at the assembly point until the venue has been cleared and a marshal deems it safe for you to return to your seats. Thank you for your time and enjoy this event.
Thank you so much. In our earlier session, I wanted to mention some few ground rules for us. I know because of time, we couldn't just catch up with those rules. Firstly, can we have all cell phones on silent? If there is something urgent or pressing, you may just leave silently and go out and attend to that matter. Secondly, there are QR codes registration. There are those participants that haven't registered as yet. May you kindly just use the scan on your table to register. We want to ensure that everybody that is here is registered, and also into that registration, the presentations, the profiles, and the program, everything will be received under that QR code registration. So once you're registered, you will receive the package as it comes to you because you gave us your email address. So it is very important for all of you colleagues to register on a QR code, those that came in late. Lastly, for this tour today, we have 3 sessions and we have program facilitators under each interchangeably. So I am leading the session 2 for today with the topic understanding customers' needs and expectations. Understanding the needs and expectations, we have 3 speakers which are in forefront leaders of our service delivery, and they come in with vast experience on public service, leadership, and innovation. We have one of our speakers. We have 3 speakers for the session. One will do online. We have online participants that are on Microsoft Teams due to various reasons, but we want to adopt to innovation. If I cannot be here physically, what will stop me not to do it online? So we are promoting this for IR. It's not easy for us, but hey, change. We have to adapt to it. So we do have one of our 3rd speaker is online, but she will do the presentation. Colleagues, because we are working with time, each speaker is given 30 minutes. There is somebody that we have paid, not for him to talk or say anything. When the speaker is talking, when time is about to be finished, 30 minutes, you will see that guy will step in very nicely. He will just stand here and show you good, you've got 10 minutes left. Abuya for 35 minutes left. And the last one at 1 minute. So please, I know good, we are purely administrators here, so only politicians will go beyond that. Thank you so much. Let me ask the 2 panel members to come here and sit here with us. Let me ask firstly Mr. Sandile Mahlaba, who's the Provincial Executive for KZN and MPL at Microsoft. His profile is not shared with you colleagues, but he has vast experience in innovation and leading for IR. He's one of those people that is involved in quite a lot of initiatives to ensure whether we like it or not, change and adopting to 4IR innovation, it's become our daily bread. Mr. Sandile Mahlaba, may you kindly come here and sit in the front. We also have Dr. Thomas Ratsilana, who's from the one that liked by city manager. You know when you're coming from SARS, yo, baguette, SARS. SARS is something else. Mr. Thomas Ratsilana, he's the head of taxpayer service champion. So anything around customer services, innovation in KZN province, Mr. Thomas is our man. With his experience, that is why you see SARS, they are not bothered by us. We are the ones that are bothering them. Mr. Ratsilana, may you come and sit in the front? Oh, he's here. Thank you so much. Let me allow you colleagues to start. Another 3rd speaker is Ms. Tandi Radebe from City of Tshwane. If you are working for the municipality, you don't forget about your sister cities. So whatever programs that you are doing, the 3 spheres of government, they always work together. We are from the municipality, we always go forward with the provincial departments, so that is why you see SARS here. And we also have the national guys from CPSI, they are here also. We really do appreciate. Let me hand over to Mr. Mahlaba to do his presentation. Then colleagues, in terms of the questions, we will only take questions after the presentation. We will give 5 to 10 minutes for the the questions. For those participants that are online, kindly write them on chats. There is somebody that is managing the comments for us. Comments, clarities, and questions, we will take them. Once we have taken all the questions, I will allow the speaker to respond on those questions. Thank you so much.
I think maybe I use a very big laptop for this podium. I'm just gonna project my presentation on Teams. If you allow me, who's operating Teams on the pad? Okay, cool. So firstly, thank you very much and good morning. And my name is Sandile Mahlaba, as I've been introduced. I'm a citizen in this city. I live here, I sleep here, and I wake up here, and I pay rate here. And I've been to Sizakala Center so many times in person, and I've used the app so many times too, which is one of the very good introduction that have helped a lot of citizens, more especially in the area where I live, to be able to interact with most of yourselves into servicing us. So I always want just to make sure that I clarify, and I've loved the way the city has progressed and the way they've moved. So my discussion today, I'm just gonna talk about the integration layer that actually makes all these things work even much more nicer. So one of the things, because I always want to assume when I speak to people about technology, that everybody understands what we're talking about. So if you have been in my presentation before, you will forgive me because I might go to some of the things they've heard me talking about before, but this is a very critical one. Today, I'm sure, Obaba Madlala is already gone, Councillor Madlala, so they are the only ones who I normally see with 4 cell phones every time. The councillors, they carry a lot of cell phones for different reasons that they always justify. But here, I'm sure we carry 1 or 2. But what is interesting about the cell phone, actually, we have never even thought about what are we doing when you are working with it. So this is one of the very interesting slides I like to put these days, that you just need to understand. Anytime you're interacting with the phone, we are busy training an algorithm somewhere, and we are just making sure it learns more about you. It's no longer about you going to Checkers and swap that nice card that give us discounts or Woolworth. It's now even on your phone. There's always information that is being found, and there's a robot somewhere or algorithm learning more about you. It doesn't make a mistake, by the way. That's why when you go to social media, the next thing happened, the flowers will appear just because it's Valentine, and there was somebody that you said that I love you so, from somewhere in your WhatsApp. Yes, it does do that. So every time this happened, and again, if ever you are a very good preacher in the church and you start looking for verses, it automatically starts sending even videos and everything to move in that particular way. If you do the opposite, it does that too, by the way. It does confirm some of the things from when it comes to you. So you can just imagine, by the way, just put in your mind, how then do we train our citizens to start seeing EThekwini the way we want them to be and the way they do? I tried to do this earlier, but I could not actually do it nicely because I wanted to go and check on your social media and show you how you are busy training social media algorithm in Mentor and how people are responding into it and how that interaction sometimes breaks or it actually works very nicely. And how much of information can you farm there? Because I've done that, farm the information and be able to use it, because in one of the posts was saying, you were saying these are the hours that you are actually working, this is where we're existing. Somebody asked, but I'm in prayer, why should I be going to Morningside? And then I'm sure the chatbot did answer because it said, no, chatbot is wrong. This is where I am. I want to know how to get the services. So anyway, let me get into this. So you have seen this, I think I'm sure, because I always show these videos. This is what the life is about these days. The kitchen that cooks itself, the farming that happens by itself, and then the doctor that operates sitting in another hospital and operating you sleeping in a bed, but not being present most of the time. This is the reality of people that you are servicing. That's what I'm trying to get to. The people who are interacting with technology not because conveniently they want to, because it's now in their face and it's doing so many things for them. So I want you just to have that mindset in what I'm going to talk about today. By the way, it's not a mistake. We were part of this, all of us. 4IR is not something that happened when COVID hit. Your first industrial revolution, we established ESCOM after it. That's why we have electricity. So we've been part of this journey. It's just that we've been very subtly being part of it, and we've been consuming it most of the time. In the fourth industrial revolution, it sounds like we are no longer able just to be a consumer only. We are now being demanded to be part of the revolution. How are we being demanded? Our cell phones have got an app. Your email is going to start answering itself. So there's a lot of things that are now becoming in our cold phase, and we are now starting to be able to start working with it to do some of the part. All the speakers before me, they spoke about AI, they spoke about the chatbot that is working very well in EThekwini. They spoke about so many integrations that are being built at EThekwini. That means you are now part of this revolution, and you're either informing it, or you're actually programming it, you're an IMU, or you're just benefiting from it because information starts surfacing back to you. So I want us just again to put our mindset into it. Then we cannot then go back to the paper. You cannot then go back to what we used to do yesterday just because I'm not comfortable with what's happening today. Very good illustration. Uber, we never liked it. Some of people I know, they were banning it. Some of the people were participating very violently with it. Today, while I'm sitting here, I normally order my mother a trip from the gym back home or from home to go to the gym. And I'm sure most of you are using Uber food or Uber food or so many things that you never wanted to. Now you're adapting it to it. So I want us to put in our mind again, so how are we training our users who are so used in high-tech things that they are doing today to start looking at us as EThekwini in a very similar way? Otherwise, I always talk to you about there's a top 10 of the most loved things to do. My Netflix, you cannot take it away from me. My AI, you cannot take it away from me. I use it every day, okay? Uber, by the way, I use it every day because my mother always goes to the gym with it. I don't want to go and pick up him last and so she has learned the trick on how to do it, okay? For whenever there's food and I'm not at home, I know that Uber Eats is going to be helping me. Okay, I'm counting top 10 things I can do digitally. If after 10 things I've counted, and EThekwini is not one of the digital interactions I can do in my life, you can imagine if I have to go and pay for my bill, what am I going to think? So I want you just to put into your mind that everybody these days, they think that way. I can go into 60 seconds and order from Checkers. I don't have to go to Checkers. So as we in this symposium, I want you just to frame your mind and saying you're doing very well, but now how do we get into the top 10 of the citizen digital priorities? Okay? So, okay, this was just as a background, as I said. Why I was saying what I was saying, this is exactly what is challenging us today. While I'm talking here in this 60 seconds, I know most of you are busy updating your WhatsApp on the side. You're busy saying, no, the church service is not going to be today, it's going to be tomorrow. Some of you are sending pictures of how I'm looking like today. You are checking in. So all these things are happening 60 seconds. Imagine then a citizen again. Ubaba uhlokohloko bekhuluma. Actually, ubaba uhlokohloko bekhuluma, city manager bekhuluma. Ngithemba ngiya Facebook, they're already there. They're already actually talking about what is happening now. And a citizen, if you go to Facebook and check, they're already responding. Others are swearing, others are saying the good things, others are asking questions. So it's no longer about now anymore, officers open email. No, we don't answer emails anymore. I want, because you took me to Facebook to come and see Ubaba Hlokohloke ekhuluma, can you answer me there? Why do you want me then to go to SABC and hear about the rate, 50%, the debt 50% rebate that you are talking about? How do you get me to me? Because you're already putting me here. That means I automatically expect you to be in front of me. So these are the realities, okay? I'm talking to the kids downstairs, actually in the Career Expo, and I was telling some of the teachers, the way that you are boring, while you're in class teaching maths, kids are busy catching up with Netflix episodes. Just because that is talking to them. They are on TikTok on the other side, they're busy updating and taking some of those, I don't know, they call them skits for 30 minutes or whatever. So you can see that the reality of our citizens is no longer what we used to be. Angisayi Pine Town anymore. You made me not to go there, so why should I be going there? But so what I'm saying is, we then need to, in the way where we are, as advanced as we are becoming, how do we go closer to the citizen? Remember the top 10 of digital tools I will use. If the app of EThekwini is not one of them, I'll delete it when I want to put another app. So we need to come up with the ways of saying, how do we keep abreast and how do we keep ahead of the game? Checkers, you never knew it, you didn't care about it. ShopRite, you didn't care about it. Today, I can tell you, everybody with 60 seconds, they think Checkers is one of the best experiences they've ever had. Either for the discount or ordering online, with 60 seconds, my food comes in. So how are we going to fight for ourselves to go that level when it comes to the technology part? So here's another story. You thought that there's a self-driving car? What if I tell you that Google is now exploring with a is it driving or do whatever, the cycling bicycle, which you can call and comes to you? So we thought self-driving car is the best thing can ever be innovated. But now if ever there is a bicycle can do exactly the same, I can go to work and I can be able to in the meeting while I'm actually cycling, and I actually can send it to my kids to go and be collected at school without me having to be there. Think about Uber, and that's how we fought it, and tell me it's impossible that's going to happen in a few years. So that's a reality that we need to pivot from. How then does this thing then talk into what we're doing? ECT is one of the well-invested client of Microsoft and all other OEMs in terms of how technology is working together. And our responsibility as the digital citizens of the city is how to integrate this and make it a seamless experience just because there is money being spent in our technologies that we do. So this is more or less just tell you, this is how people are expecting to be done, and things I actually have to be starting to integrate more. It's not only about City of EThekwini, DSW versus IMU versus other people competing. It's about integrating everything and saying, this is the city when I'm opening my phone and want to interact with it. So these are kind of like what are the citizens are faced with and what they are thinking. Remember, I don't go to the office to go and have a meeting. I don't go to a boardroom for a meeting. So can you imagine if ever you are still expecting me to go somewhere for something, it then takes away the planning and everything I've got. So how do you pivot to a life where people are already in some level of expecting things to come to them, not for them to go to them? So this just communicating that I want it simple. As I said, the top 10 of things I do, Netflix, I switch it on, it's got my profile, all the movies I've just watched, they are there, and it actually advises me other movies that are similar to what I normally watch in theme, and then I'm able to get the experience. How do we start creating that kind of interaction when you're talking to citizens? Because we have to make the top 10. If you don't make the top 10, by the time we feel like number 10 iphelile budget, sengizabe ukuboleka ku-Paul ngifake ngala nakusipho nakuthemba, no. But among top 5, ngiyazi budget isakhona, ngisadispersa, ngisakhokha nje as if like I don't know it's open. So how do we make it to that level? Otherwise, our rates are not going to be paid. And I heard the city manager speaking earlier on, and it was very interesting what you are saying. Because people are starting to make choices that are differing from them paying. So how do you make sure that that choice is difficult because the experience is good enough to pay for? So if we look at the way the demand of some of these particular things are growing, we know that things are going mobile. It's not a discussion. My 9-year-old, he does not know a keyboard. In his life, he thinks that everything is screen touch and move and things. So can you imagine that it means our generation alpha, who are the future citizens of the city, they will never actually know a lot of things that we know currently. So if you are working, we are planning for Generation Z, who are now entering the employment, and those ones are kind of TikTok guys, 3 minutes, I'm done, I don't want to focus more. So there's a lot of things that we need to start calculating correctly, because the money that you are looking for is not sitting in a traditional Mawami or 70 WhatsApp repair whenever phone is an i16 and it's got every feature, only 70 WhatsApp repair. We are now talking and targeting people who are entering the market in a better salary, who are actually doing things differently and who are much more digital. So this reality is there. Security, I don't understand how I can say it so many times because I work with the city. I volunteer my information. The minute a headline comes and say information hack in EThekwini, you can imagine what will happen. I will delete the web, the app. I will make sure I close everything, because that means there's a compromise. I don't even know what it's all about. So that is becoming a top of mind. Not for IT, by the way. IT, they will always tell you that you are secured. I'm just now talking about where we can start moving to Sizakala and saying, how are we securing information? So your first question is like, I love the app, I love the people in the chat. How are we securing the information? Because the question won't be asked at IMU. The question will be asked at Sizakala, but I gave you my information, where is it? Bama Vuso, I can say this, I'm sorry I'm going to always talk to you because I see in Babucela phambi kwami. I can't be photocopying my ID and give you a copy of it. Because think about it, I'm compromising all the numbers, and that's why, instance, American whatever suite, then there will be an account being open just because my ID kind of like compromised somewhere when I was submitting it. So some of those kind of things, and we are now exploring with blockchain because we're saying, how do I give you my information like Discovery? And I'm sure some of you are in Discovery. We are able to send information to a doctor and they will see all your history of information just because you've allowed them to see it. And you can take it away and they won't see anything afterwards. So there's a lot of things that you should be thinking about in this particular part. And the last one, I have to speak to it because sometimes it's very frustrating for people like us. We know that you don't have money. It's not a question of like having money or not having money. We understand that, but the most important thing, how to optimize and configure correctly what you already own and have so that you don't ask for an extra budget. So that means sometime we need to be called in a room, Oracle, Microsoft, Huawei, and everybody says, listen guys, how do we work together because this is the ultimate goal we are looking for. What used to happen before, I will make sure I'm Oracle and getting a party because I'm thinking, I can Oracle already, there's a problem. And there's Vodacom, there's a problem. Now we're actually asking customer, put us in one room. Ask us, our technologies are integrated so nicely. And we can actually be able to build the experience together. Other than briefing us in separation, brief us in one. We then talk and say, you know what, lead on this one, you're very good. I'm leading on this one, I'm very good. How do we build and come up with the integrated city we're talking about? So that then the cost does not become a problem. This is a reality. You've got this. I'm just wanted to put this slide so I can make sure that people relax. You do have this technology and it's there. The only thing that you are adding EThekwini slowly is the co-pilot in the middle because everybody these days use AI. If you don't know what AI is, just go to your WhatsApp. There's a little colorful circle there. My mother was shocked when she clicked and says, hello, Mrs. Mashaba, how can we serve you today? She's like, how does it know my name? I'm like, oh, well, that's what AI does. So it's there. It's a reality that you have seen, and there's an adoption in EThekwini, and it's coming in slowly. But now what you have done differently, it now talks to everything. So I can be able today to say, by the way, please respond to this email, get this file, and make sure this person gets it on Tuesday morning, not today. It will actually do that for me without me doing anything. Okay? So some of the tools you have, they're integrated, they give you the experience you're supposed to be having, meaning that there's no way you can say, by the way, can you go to my record last week? You should say to me, I can't do it. Technologically, I know you can. It's a matter of configuring correctly to be able to, you can be able to do that particular part. So, now I'm just going to get into some of the experiences that we are seeing that are happening today. And I know and I do recognize that your main system that is running the whole part, it's based on Oracle, but how do we able to integrate the emails? How do we able to integrate other things? Because, again, when I'm on Teams and I need something, I need to be able to get it, okay? And the other thing is I spoke about social media. How do I actually harvest that information? Because I'm not expecting you to ask my name every time when I'm calling. Because if I call last month or last year, automatically my number should appear and should be put to pull my profile and saying, Usandile, who always complained about water, is now might be complaining about water again. Oh yeah, by the way, we did send my SMS to this area that there's a water leakage, so the waters are slow. Then the answer is simple. By the way, Sandile, we know, and you are experiencing water shortage. This is the reason, as we have communicated already. How nice can it be? So those are the kind of experiences that we know with technology we are able to put together. So here is the illustration of that, by the way, to say, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that there is a clear 360 view of the service or the conversation that is happening. So anything that adds into it, your SMSs, all those must be integrated. Again, you can't get the integration and you speak to somebody else on the other corner. You want them in one room because you're going to tell them, Vodacom, you're supplying this to me. Microsoft, you're doing all my emails. I need you guys to talk because this is the experience I'm looking for. If I can't have this experience, tell me what is still missing to get it. And remember, I don't have money. Because if you say it just like that to us, it's very good. We love our invoices and our codes. We will come back with them. But if ever you are very clear about, I'm trying to do this with what I've got already, then let's build for it and do some of the part. So some of the experiences we're seeing here, within Microsoft ecosystem that is there, it's really based, and there's nothing else has changed. everything working constantly, how does generative AI changes the narrative? How am I able to talk to my information and talk to my request without having to type everything in all the time? So there's a couple of things that have been introduced around this part. I mean, being Copilot, being the center, or, I mean, I will refer to Copilot, I'm just talking about AI. So if ever you hear me say Copilot, I mean, everybody's branding the very same thing. You will have ChatGPT and everything else. In Microsoft, they call it Copilot, and that's what is the center of everything. So how do we make sure that this Copilot is resourced correctly so that at least when I talk to it, it's able to answer? Put it in your mind. How nice can it be? Similar to what you do with WhatsApp, you are able to say, by the way, Sandile's address is this. How much does he owe us? How frequently is he able to pay us? And then there is a conversation with WhatsApp. It comes back and say, oh, by the way, Sandile is a very bad payer. He promised to pay you last month, didn't pay. So please put these measures. According to our policy, these are the measures that we're going to be able to administrate Sandile on for his payments going forward. That is the experience. And that sits in the center and is able to communicate. Before, we would have said to you, customer relations management is the one that's able to do this. Now we're saying if you put AI on top of it, it's then able to talk to you. You talk to it, it talks back into you. That's the only difference that you are introducing this part. I'm going to skip some of the slides because I don't want to sound like I'm selling. I want just to be clear that I want to dismiss information. So what it does, I mean, for us, what we have seen, and we're using it in Microsoft. So when you're talking to me, even this particular recorded conversation, it's being recorded, I can actually talk to whatever is being discussed today. I can ask, by the way, did Mavuso refer to anything to Sandile about? Did Mavuso ask who Wabutele is bonus? It will come back and say, yeah, actually there's a conversation, this is what happened in the whole meeting. So this shows the fact that, can you imagine if you can have such an experience, a WhatsApp kind of an experience for yourself while you're talking to somebody else? Automatically it means that there will be a higher customer satisfaction. You are able to answer me in time. You don't say, oh, by the way, let me go and check if DSW are going to be collecting the pin or not. I can ask, when do they collect in Westville in this particular road? It comes back very quickly. They only collect on Thursday. By the way, they can't be collecting this Thursday because there's a strike. Then you've answered the customer. Same as if the customer goes to your chatbot and asks exactly the same question, will get a more or less exam answer because your AI is working for you and is collecting information, is doing all that's supposed to be done. And again, I mean, the throughput part, because there's a couple of people working with it. And then for me, the most important thing, I then have to wait for Sandile because he's an expert on answering this question. The question can be answered in any given time. One thing I've said, by the way, colleagues in EThekwini, and I know I'm not famous for it, I was actually saying, because there's a lot of people who got experience, have worked for the city for 30 years, for 25 years, can you imagine if ever these young people who are now been working for 30 years leave the city, and then you've got Generation Z guys coming in without knowledge and information coming together. And I always have spoken to the fact that let's start digitizing the people and making them sure that every knowledge they've got, the interaction that they're having, we're able to create it as a knowledge base so that you can use it in the respect of the person being there. So that is one thing we're trying to do with water, actually, to look at some of the key people in their division to say, how do we actually, we call them chatbots. So how do we create this intelligent chatbot for Ubabu Dlamini, for example? And we're going to call it Legacy for Ubabu Dlamini because he's the one who's got knowledge, and you can query his knowledge with him present or not present, because he was the best in doing some geospatial information and gathering it together in all those parts. So those are kind of things that we are starting to do because we want to make sure that we don't lose knowledge and information, which some of this particular part talks to. So, Chair, I'm going to go into the last one, so I don't have to be talking. As I said, I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm selling here because I see some of the slides were prepared for that purpose. So when I kind of like want to wrap up in the conversation we're having, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to put your mind into one central thing. It's no longer about knowing which brand and which platform you want to work with. Where we are seeing a lot of things that are working fine is when you start matching the brand that you can work with. But there's only one reason why you're even contracting Microsoft. I mean, before you were contracting Microsoft because there was an audit finding you were trying to resolve. Your AD was not good and there was a problem. These days, we love it when you are being told, I've got a problem. I don't know how to make sure I can guarantee somebody's going to be fixing that pipe in time. And then we'll tell as Microsoft, you know what, please call these guys that you are working with. Let's talk about how we can integrate the systems to be able to give you this experience of the problem. So you are the problem solvers. You have done it so many times in your life. The only thing that we can only do in our life as Microsoft and any other OEMs that we exist, we can only harvest the information you've got, integrate it correctly, and then give the experience to everybody. As I close, it's a top 10 Grace. If you are not in the top 5, I'm not going to pay you. So how do we really move our service to at least to be in a top 6? Because there's schools, there's every other thing. Because we need money to be paid for the rate. So Chairperson, thank you very much for your time. And I really appreciate this discussion you have today. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Baba Mahlaba. I think you were afraid of that person that doesn't talk, just only showing you a paper. You didn't want to see him standing up and showing it to you. But thank you so much for your presentation. I don't want to interpret it, but there is something that you said. It just left me puzzled and say, ooh. I'm carrying a smartphone, but I'm not smart. That's what you said. I'm having an iPhone tonton here with me, but I only use WhatsApp and But it's fine, it's fine. Old school guys, please change. Adapt to change. It's not me, it's you guys. Thank you so much, Mr. Mahlaba. Can I take questions, comments, and clarities? Nokwazi at the back, just check for us if there are any questions online on Teams. I saw that we are live on Facebook. If there are any questions, comments, and clarities, please feel free. There are two ladies that will doing the roving mics for us. Can you stand up, Lindo and Tandeka? They will do the roving mics for anybody that wants to ask questions. Guys, this is an interactive session. Asbuzen, let us ask. There is a lot that we have learned. You see, Ugutina, you are still living in an old days. And AI can learn everything about you while you are still sitting. So I want to open this floor for comments, questions, and clarities. And information sharing, colleagues. Maybe there is a lot that you are doing in your own space that involves technology, and Mr. Mahlaba has just touched on it. You can share it with us. You can say, at least you are going on the right direction. Let me open the floor. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mine is, firstly, I'll start by being honest and say, Mahlaba, kungiphatha kabi ukuthi njengoba ngasakubona ePine Town, it's because we downloaded an app with you. Into engithusa kakhulu ukuthi how many have I lost since iqalile i-app to be in existence. So with that, I want your help in ensuring while ngibaluza bonke, but I'm not losing my job.
Thank you. Can we take the next question? He will respond to all of them at once, colleagues.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mahlaba. Very informing presentation. There is a biggest risk that is facing us in terms of, I know all of this depends on the availability of network, ne? But the biggest risk is our network downtime, ne? Mainly is caused by stolen cables and all that. So just to check here, if is there any invention that can be there just to minimize that risk? You know, and we know that the fourth IR is here, unavoidable. But how can we maybe minimize that? Thank you.
Thank you. There is a hand at the back. Boy's hand was up.
Hi, yes, thank you. At the moment, I just wanted to take one question from Facebook. In fact, it's a comment, Mr. Mahlaba. I'm listening to you, who is talking on technology. You have the systems, but you folks don't action and utilize them. Like people in customer service refers people to Martin West to resolve matters. I suppose that's more to the city rather than to you. Thank you. We'll be also monitoring the teams. For now, there was no comment. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Enokwasi, on the MS Teams, any comments? Nothing. There is a last hand.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the informative presentation. I just wanted to ask, how do you suggest we leverage on AI in our contact center environments as well as in our walk-in centers? Because I picked up, you mentioned something about AI picking up if, say, for example, a person does phone in regularly, that it would pick up that this person normally phones in to, say, query their balance or complain about a particular thing. Is that how we could leverage on it to, like, say, for example, sense that this particular number normally phones to query about this, or, you know, then direct them to a certain, like, consultant who deals with that or something like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thandeka, please give Mr. Mahlaba the mic to respond.
Ngiyengibuyele Pine Town Sizakala Center. You're providing services very well already. So maybe I must stand up because I will talk to a topic that is very controversial. Yes, we will lose jobs. Okay, so I think for me, it's one of the things that some people normally hide. With AI, we will lose jobs. Anything that's repetitive, anything that can be done by alternative machine, definitely you will lose jobs. Okay? So what is important though in this story? How then do we reinvent the job that is required to be carried forward? You're talking about how AI helps in some of the work you're doing physically on walk-ins and some of the parts. Suddenly can't invent that. I can give you a platform, but I need your experience of 20 years, of 15 years, of 10 years, just to be able to program and augment some of these things to be able to happen and to work. So some of the people, we need to start thinking about when you're having a digital call center or digital Sizakala center, how are they informing it in the background with information so that it can be able to be trained to answer to questions. We can't wait for that to happen later. We need to start doing it now. So some of the experience we have around running the best Sizakala center, by the way, because it is, then I know, how do we make sure that we are replicating exactly the systematical move of paper and information to a digital Sizakala center? We need to start the initiative. We need to get a group in this particular audience that's going to focus on the future of the Sizakala center and digitize it. Don't wait for us as service providers, because if you wait for us, we will dictate to you according to our salaries and our bonuses, and that's the only way you're going to start doing things. Envision, have an innovation center corner where we're going to move more in advance so that you can take some of the people, start reskilling them on how they will be becoming these digital workers for the Sizakala Center. So for me, that's the only advice I can give. But never listen to that. I mean, go and read papers, you will see even our own company is affected by the same thing. AI is actually about that. Okay? And then around the network, it's one of the things that in South Africa we have stayed too long on it, just because we don't want to move out of it. Okay? Because it's, I mean, stealing of a cable, the question is why they steal a cable anyway. So it's very interesting that the president is in the US, and I've seen him standing next to another man who is actually providing connectivity on a very global scale, and this actually doesn't got no dependence on any cable. So if ever you're sitting here, you're thinking, well, maybe, maybe not. It's no longer about how politics are going to affect us, it's about the fact that we need network. And it might happen that Elon Musk might be providing the majority of that. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying, just seeing those pictures and listening to the news, I'm hearing that it might not be today, it might be next year, it might be in 2 years' time, but we will have a reliable network one day. And we won't say, ngoba ngisemahlabathini, there is no cable for telecom that reaches there. Just because I'm part of the earth, I will be able to connect. So for me, it's a problem that really we've got a choice to solve. We just need to move toward a solution and stop holding back into maybe I don't like Huawei. What if we go and take Nokia switches? No, it's no longer about the switch. It's about connectivity for services to start to work. Yeah, I know that when you guys might be getting buses that are going to be driving themselves sometime soon, because that's where the world is going again. So that network issue cannot be an issue saying we can't have these buses. Okay? And then just I mean, on the last part of it, the leveraging of technology, it cannot be done by companies like Microsoft or Oracle or Google or anybody. The leveraging, as I close, the leveraging of technology, it's about the innovation center in the corner, where people are thinking ahead of everybody else. I said to the former mayor when I had a chance to talk with him, I say, former mayor, you said it's the most livable city by 2030. Where do I go and see it? I want to be in 2030 today. Can I go and walk into some room simulating how EThekwini is working together in 2030? And I said to him, if ever you don't understand, just go to Dubai and see how many simulations are running today talking about the future of Dubai. That's why all of us want to go there for holiday. So those are the kind of things that we need to start thinking about because technology allows us to do them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mashaba. Is there any for Oboyi? I'll take you, then I'll move to the next speaker. Lindo, Jade, Tando. The Microsoft at the back. The mic, sorry. Sengtato Microsoft baggage.
Thank you, Jade, for giving me Microsoft. Mr. Mahlaba, there's about 5 questions for you from Uayanda Ngubane on Teams. What are the examples? What are examples of successful AI use in municipal customer service, especially in Africa? That's the first question. The second question then says, how can EThekwini Municipality use AI to handle common resident queries while maintaining a human touch? The third question, how can AI be implemented? How can AI be implemented while protecting sensitive municipal customer data and complying with POPIA? The fourth one, what affordable AI tools does Microsoft recommend for municipalities with limited budgets? And the last question then says, how can municipal staff be trained to work effectively with AI systems in customer service roles? Thank you.
Thank you, Boye. Mr. Mashaba.
Okay, so just to go through faster. Examples, I think there is a couple of them. I think in GPG they are using it. It's a common platform, citizen platform, that they're using in that particular part. At Joburg, they should be using part of it again in Cape Town. What I can do, I can share actually the links so that you can read through some of the case studies and be able to contact and connect with those particular people. The other one around the human touch using technology. Have you lost the human touch in your Netflix when you are able to see what movies are recommended because you have watched them before? So you haven't. So what I'm trying to illustrate is the human touch always going to be there. But when it comes to Sizakala Center, now how do we envision the very same utilization of technology and AI to be able to give that service back? I'm a very bad person. Ngoba ngazange bayisangoma ngasekhaya yabo angikwazi ukuthi sometimes to dictate and direct people into ethile. I love when you say, let's hack this thing, let's sit in the room, let's envision it and say what exactly we want to put in an experience. And I'm sure the other OEMs, being Oracle or be any other people you use, Vodacom, we can be part of it just to come and hack it with you. UGA does very good work with that in Joburg. And I'm sure UKZN and DUT does the same. Let's organize another meeting where we're not going to talk, somebody going to be preaching to us about technology. All of us are going to sit in the room and say, you know what, we've got a problem, we can't follow information from somebody. How do we use the tools we've got? Then we come together, we take engineers, we build one. By the time we go out after 2 days, we already have a tool that you can go and prototype and work with it. That's for me is the innovation that I'm asking for and I'm looking for. So in that particular part, I'm just answering with the practicality of things that need to be done. By the way, the best protector of your information, it's the technology itself that knows how to do it. Where information leak is just because suddenly they took a spreadsheet with the name of all the customers and made it available. Where the information is hacked because I am in IT, I'm responsible for security, I didn't run the patch, and then automatically somebody's able to hack in and get information. So we have introduced something called Copilot Security. It's extreme. I mean, for me, you look at it and I'm work with it, I sometimes run with it and play with it. The minute an email hits the Exchange server and it's already seeing that it might be a potential hack, it guarantees that without anybody getting involved and start doing the resolution of it. Because generative AI, I can be able to say any emails that are going to have this kind of symptom, please be able to do that part. So AI itself is actually becoming a best protector for the environment, as long as the hands of the people don't go and interrupt it. I was asked a question on the other side with some other customer says, but how do we stop even corruption? I was saying, and I asked them, do you want me to work with bodyguards or you want me just to answer as a, because by the way, I mean, I'm involved in some project where we're already starting to do that. I can sequence from when you're advertising the tender to when the document is submitted electronically. I can evaluate it without nobody touching it. And then if I give you a top 5 and say, these are the only top 5 people you're going to be able to work with. I want you to go further. I can actually be able to say, at only at 25% issue the invoice, it will do it. If I try to interrupt it, it's going to say, why are you interrupting? Please justify. That's how systems are able to be done. And I've heard something very interesting in SARS. I want to talk about it with somebody from SARS is here, which they can even do even much more advanced in actually managing our lifestyle and seeing what kind of people and the behavior we've got. Last one, affordable tools. You've got Copilot, all of you. If I sound like I'm what, Opera. Everybody's got Copilot in their machine currently. It's a very nice, colorful thing. If you click on it, you can ask it anything. It will be able to talk to you. The more you are logged into your domain as EThekwini, it's automatically highly secured, meaning whatever you're asking to that particular Copilot, it does not gonna train any model outside of that. Then I know that there are already some licenses have been bought for Copilot, and it goes even more advanced. But everybody today, if you go there, you'll be able to do it. How you get trained, I don't know how that question can be asked, because I mean, Marlene, every Friday you run AI Fridays. So there's already, through IMU, we are running those kind of AI Fridays where we're training people how to use that minimum Copilot you've got already. Some people have already benefited. If they're applying for the jobs, they're now using that, by the way. If they're answering your emails, they are using that. They're not really typing emails anymore. So there is already training available. You can be able to be trained on it. And go to IMU and ask to list. I mean, I think it's openly available. And you can normally get advertised into your intranet to join that particular session. And anything advanced you can do. I mean, if ever we want to hack, we can hack. We can actually do even much more better things to actually make sure that we make it narrow to Sizakala Center, to a certain work stream that you want to solve for. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlaba. You said, as customer services practitioners, let us give him a round of applause. Thank you. We, as customer service practitioners, colleagues, let us stop caucusing, but let us hack with each other. Build an innovation center, that corner, all of us, with so many of us, and reskilled each other with innovation. There is a lot that we can do. With our knowledge, there is a lot that we can do. Thank you, Mr. Mashaba. Lastly, I will say I won't be going to China anymore. China will come to me. Thank you, sir. Let me allow our second presenter, Mr. Thomas Ratsilana, Head of Tax Services Champion at SARS. Mr. Thomas, SARS is something to all of us. You either become an enemy or a friend when it comes to SARS. One thing I've realized about SARS, it doesn't care who you are. which background are you coming from, how connected you are. SARS will always be SARS. I won't say much about his profile, colleagues. You can read their profiles on the side. Because of time, I'm racing against it. Let me allow you the platform, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do believe those who are running the technology on our behalf, they will be doing so for me. My presentation is already with you guys. I'm tempted to check at the back. Can you hear me? It's intentional. When I was a part-time lecturer, I did that, and there was besides Mike and so on. I said, "Can you hear me at the back?" You know, most the guys who sit at the back, the big and so on. They said, "Say, just carry on. Whether we are listening or we are not listening is not an issue. After all, we are not listening to you. Just carry on." Therefore, I'm happy that SARS has been invited by its taxpayers to be here. And we really appreciate that we are now seen as human beings. You no longer fear us to that extent. Of course, I work for this important organization in South Africa, which all of you honor what you are supposed to do as the citizens and participants of the country. But I've been requested to come and share what have we done successfully to ensure that there's innovation in the customer service area. And I'm happy to be one of those who now are becoming possible furniture in that organization because of so many years. And this is what we have done. Exactly when you look at that picture, you are asking yourself to say, which direction, which side is this person facing? Others will say it's facing straight. There will be others who will say, but I see it's facing to the left. And all of you are right. But the reality is that if you have got a bigger organization like SARS with 13,000 employees, and you are supposed to work for the 62 million people of South Africa, you need to help them to focus so that not everyone is looking into their own direction, that we might be able to see, to say, where are we going and what are we supposed to do? And that's what we have done. We have tried to narrow the focus for the organization, not only for the organization, but for the employees. And that has helped us to say, we want to live the promises which we have given to the public. Of course, you know that SARS has been established around 1997, but around 2005, we have realized that we are now supposed to commit to the public of what we are going to do on their behalf and how long will that take. And that's why you see the charter, the first charter which we had at the top left. And we were embracing the culture of the country. That's why it is like that. But when we moved to around 2009, we realized that SARS has moved in such a way that whatever we have promised the people, we are now doing it quicker. You are fully aware that we used to do a lot with paper, and we said, no, we don't want paper anymore. We must have the paper to utilize, and then we digitize, and we give your paper back. But also, we were now starting to use fully third-party data information. And then 2009, we suspended the old charter because we said, let's revamp the organization. And the public said, but SARS, we no longer know what is the commitment. You take time to give us feedback, and we cannot hold you accountable because you have not committed. Around 2018, then we developed the charter which you see on the top right. And that charter was to say, we want to hold hands with the public, we want to hold hands internally, and we want to work together. The old charter, people used to see SARS mostly as the front. And I had, when the facilitator of the first session was talking about service, therefore they used to see service as the front part, not service as an organization. And the second charter was to say, let's see service as an organization. Let's move from back and front and the middle. You are one. And therefore, we developed that charter. But of course, the new commissioner was appointed. Of course, I don't want to talk politics. But when he arrived, Mr. Edward Kisvete, when he arrived 2019, he said, guys, you are using the language, which is the old language. The world has moved. There's tax administration 2.0, and we are moving to tax administration 3.0. South Africa now today has moved to budget 3.0. Therefore, we were moving. And he said, I want to change the language. I want to change how we do things. I can see you have lagged behind, even on technology. Therefore, we moved to the charter which you see at the bottom right. And he said, I want you to change. Don't no longer look at taxpayer as numbers. No longer need to look at taxpayer as artifacts, as pictures, as drawing. You can see that the service charter cover talks to people. See them as human beings. When you are saying you are having an inventory which is so old, you must understand that there's a person behind the number. That's the change which he has brought to us. And therefore, we started to say, in the service space, you must measure what you have promised the public, the taxpayer, the traders. And that's why on the bottom left, you see a mirror. We said, everybody who is here today, unless you were in a hurry, you visited the mirror. But the mirror told you how you look like. And the mirror is able to tell you to say, really, your hairstyle, it might be good on you, but you are going out. And therefore, when we look at the full service, we should be able to say, does it reflect what SARS does? When we look at the commitments, at the service charter outcome, does it reflect what we want to look like? And therefore, they've appointed me in 2019, and they call me with this great name, SARS Service Charter Champion. And I said, therefore, all those people who work for SARS, they work for me. Because now I must ensure that there's a drum beat. I must ensure that there's rhythm within the organization, no matter where you are in the organization, because I speak on the behalf of the CEO of SARS when I speak to you. Therefore, in the service side, and I'm happy that EThekwini also, they are adopting similar style, that whoever manages customer service must speak to everybody with power and authority. I do have power and authority. But how can you pull all 13,000 employees to understand what you want to do with regard to customer service? We agreed as an organization that the first thing they need to know is to understand why. Why do we exist? And I'm not talking on paper, in reality. Therefore, each and every SARS staff understand that we have got three things under our mandate, is to collect all revenue due, no matter where you sit. But we also know you need to ensure that there's tax compliance and also customs compliance. That's your job, wherever you sit. The third part, you should facilitate trade. You must help that this organization really help that business runs. Therefore, if you understand the mandate of the organization, all of you, then you should be able to be worried about the customer. But the other important element is to say all SARS employees understand your higher purpose. You are here on behalf of the people of South Africa. What is the higher purpose? The higher purpose is to make this democracy work. The higher purpose is to ensure that the country can meet its social and its economical needs. And therefore, that's the purpose of the country. You are here for that. Each and every employee, if they understand that, therefore they should be worried about the revenue which they collect. And we said, revenue cannot be on its own. Revenue is equals to service. Therefore, all of our employees, they should understand that the service you are doing is not a favor. The service you are doing must translate into revenue. Whatever transactions you are doing, is it really leading to voluntary compliance? Because voluntary compliance is what you do, and people then start to come. Are you aware that on 1.855 trillion, which we have collected, 90% of that money walks through the doors
without any efforts. Voluntary compliance, because then the service machinery is working. It might be 10 to 15%, which is force, which is command, which is demand. And therefore, if we are able to do so, that 1.855 trillion walks through the door, therefore our service should be equals to revenue. And of course, you know SARS, you know its vision if you go to the website. That vision is not on the paper. We are saying to every one of us, SARS must be smart, modern, with unquestionable integrity, trusted and admired by everyone. That's the vision of SARS. Now, everybody must live that. And if you do so, you will be connected to your why. You will understand why this organization lives. But the important thing, I have heard about your centers. Each and every branch must operate on a franchise model. When you visit any franchise, you don't wonder about the menu, because you know it's a franchise. No matter whether you are in a foreign country, as long as you know that franchise in your country. Therefore, all our branches must operate on the same rhythm, same way. That's why standard operating procedures are there. So that there's no manga because you visit here and they tell you different story. You visit the call center, whatever requirements they give you, it should be the same requirements if you visit a branch. It should be the same requirements if you go online. Therefore, that franchise understanding, it's what we did as a drumbeat to our own people. But another important element which we do, possibly visit our offices each and every day, you will realize that we have got an 8-minute meeting. Because we want you to understand what happened yesterday, what will happen today, and where are we going. We didn't do well yesterday, how many were in. Even if you go to our own dashboards, we know the capacity today of the people who are there, and where are they, and what are they doing. Because our 8-minute meeting has assisted us to do so. Of course, we have got values. Our values are not integrity, hard work, commitment. No. Our values says we want you to respect the confidentiality of the information you are working with. The taxpayer information, if you break that, therefore you are breaking our value. But other value which we also have is to say, you as SARS employees, you should understand that you should be an example of the public service. Not the public administration, the public service. You must be an example. And that's why you see us winning. Everybody must be able to live those values. But in the middle of whatever we do is the taxpayer, is the trader. In whatever you do, they should be in the middle. Read our service charter. Our service charter require our people to uphold the rights and the obligations of the taxpayer. The Office of the Tax Ombud, they hold us accountable on such rights and obligations. It's similar to yourself. The Constitution of South Africa, Chapter 2, have got your rights. Therefore, we also have the rights and obligations of the taxpayer, which everybody must be able to live by. The other important thing is the theory of compliance, which we want all our staff to understand it. What is theory of compliance? Theory of compliance is like religion, belief system. If you are a Christian, you have got your own belief system. If you are a Hindu, you have got your own belief system. Muslim, you have got your own belief system. Now, what is the belief system of each and every SARS employee? The majority of taxpayers are honest and willing to comply. Make it easy and simple to them. Therefore, when I see you here today, I'm saying amongst you, the majority of you are honest taxpayers. They want to comply. Thomas, make it easy and simple for them. Now, if that's the belief of each and everyone in the organization, we should move together in the same direction. But we have got 9 strategic objectives. 1, it says clarity and certainty. We must drive that. 2, it says simplify whatever you do. 3, it says make it hard for those who don't want to comply. Therefore, each and everyone, we must know those strategic objectives. It is the third one, which really we don't want to go to, but we go to those who don't want to comply. The fourth one, it says our employees should be agile. If you work for SARS, today you might be at the front, the next day you might be at the call center. Wherever you are sitting, you can switch. You are able to do that. If you work for SARS, today you might be virtual because you are agile. And that's what we want. Strategic objective number 4 says so. But strategic objective number 5 says, SARS, work from the inside of the data. The data which you have, it must tell you who want to comply, who don't want to comply. The data which you can have, it must tell you where you must go. It must tell you where you must focus. Therefore, the insight of the data. Of course, we also have the one which says, really be worried about the resources which the country has assigned you to work with. Be worried about it. The seventh one talks about be worried also of the technology which you use. Move to the third type of tax administration. The eighth one, advise this organization that we work with and through stakeholders. You are part of our stakeholders. You collect tax on our behalf when your employees get their salaries. You collect tax on our behalf when you transact, you pay, you transfer VAT to us. Therefore, we should work with you, and that's why when the invite arrives, there was no hesitation to say SARS moves there, because we work with and through you. Therefore, those strategic objectives, the ninth one says, we are worried about our reputation. We are worried about our brand, and we want everybody really to live it. But also we said, customer service is not a department. Look at our structure, there's no customer service department. I'm just a champion. Therefore, each and every employee of us, we are saying you are service ambassador, the 13,000. Even when we issue internal communication, we tell them this is the time of what? Because we want you to tell your friends, your colleagues, as a service ambassador. The important thing, measure what matters. You cannot talk about service, but you're not measuring it. You need to measure. And you will see, I will show you some elements that we are measuring service, we are measuring our commitments, we are measuring this value chain. SARS systems are integrated. If you visit the branch, we ask them to say they must do hygienic check on you. It's just hygienic check. There's no sickness. Everything is well. Whether you are compliant, whether you have got debt, whether you have got outstanding returns, when our staff interact with you, they must do that because our systems are all integrated. That's why if you go on e-filing, you should be able to access all your information. If you go to our Mobi app, you should be able to access whatever you are requiring to do. But technology, therefore, it's a bedrock for us. The majority of the taxpayers, we do auto assessments because we don't want you have got an important time to do your work. We will auto assess you, give you an outcome, 5.5 million of the taxpayer previous financial year. Possibly we might do more this year. And don't come. We are saying this is, we collected information from third party. Your employer told us how much they deduct from you. The banks told us about the interest which you receive. Yes, your medical aids gave us that information that you have got this dependence. Why do you want to go and fiddle there? We are giving a statement. Unless you are saying, guys, I've got travel allowance, you don't know about it. Yes, then you can go and change. Therefore, we are saying we don't need you to come. We can do that. And that's the bedrock. Those are our principles. And these principles are helping this organization to move into that direction. But importantly, we have adopted to say, what is service? Service cannot be one thing. Service cannot be the product which you came there for. Service cannot be that tax number only. Service can also be an environment where we are servicing you. Therefore, that's why you find our branches, our centers, we ensure that they look better because we are worried about the service environment. But also we are saying we are worried about the product, the branding. That's why if you go to the branches, they've got uniform. You go to custom, they've got uniform. We are worried about the branding. I mean, all the products which you have, were attracted to such because of the branding. And even so, SARS, we are a brand. And we don't want anybody to ensure that our brand loses its value. But lastly, the delivery. How do you deliver the service? Yes, you can walk in, but we are saying for complex matters. For all these repetitive things, you can do them online. Yes, you can even talk to us through call center. But yes, there are so many online services we are offering. You don't need to come to SARS to give us documents. Scan them, upload, send. We give you case number. Why do you want to visit? While we have given you the opportunity to use your time for other important things. Why do you have got smartphones? You can do your tax returns on your smartphones. Why do you want to visit? Therefore, we have got a number of ways to assist you. There are people who will travel 200 kilometers. How much do you pay? We want to save you money. Therefore, we have got other means for you. Now, for 2026, 2025, 2026 tax season, which is starting not long in July, can I see all of you doing it online? And I do believe the majority of you will get auto-assessed. And then we got auto-assessed. You don't need to visit. And therefore, we will deal with the few and the elderly, those who don't understand. Therefore, that's how we want this organization to go. We are moving fully digitally, and we want you to help us to do so. When we evaluated the way we are doing our service, we realized that they align to the 12 building blocks of Ron Kaufman. And what are those? Those are saying within an organization, speak the same language, common language. And we are trying to do so. Within the same organization, how do you communicate? We are improving the way we communicate. Within the same organization, do you have service improvements? Are you improving your processes? I will show you, I think, one of the slides which helps us to improve the process, the procedure, and even the attitudes and behaviors of people inside and outside. But don't only stop there. The other building blocks are saying, what is your vision? It's your vision engaging internally. Yes, smart, modern SARS with unquestionable integrity, trusted by all. Yes, that's inclusive. What do you do with your staff? Yes, in our recruitment, we should ensure that we recruit the best people, like Dr. TT here standing in your presence. We recruit people also, and we orientate them. Therefore, we take them through induction, and this induction, they should understand what the organization stands for. But besides that, when we do recognitions, we should ensure that we are also recognizing people for the best service which they do. We are recognizing people not just only for other things. Revenue collection, yes, but about service. But important thing, listen to the voice of the customer and measure. Have the right metrics which you measure. But SARS, you cannot only look at yourself. Find other people you can model with. Who are your benchmarks? But do you have service recovery? What do you do with service recovery? Because that's very much important. And those are Ron Kaufman 12 building blocks. And we realize that we are aligned to that. And therefore become one of the best organizations. Yes, worry about your value chain. Worry about it. Most of the time, we speak about one part of the value chain. No, service is everybody. Therefore, you engage SARS. Yes, we register you. Of course, either we license you, you do your own declarations, or your employer gives us the information, then we do declarations on behalf as auto assessments, and we give you an outcome. That outcome, we verify it, or we can do inspections, or we can audit you. Or maybe a refund is due for you, or you have to pay. Or you don't pay, then it becomes debt. Or you dispute, you don't agree with it. That is the value chain, and we measure the organization through that. Where is our weakest link? Because that weakest link creates noise to the public. But you can complain to SARS. If SARS doesn't adhere to your complaint on time, you can escalate your issue to the Office of the Tax Ombud. Therefore, this assists us. Visual management. If you work for this organization called SARS, wherever you sit, you see the full picture of the organization. in the presence of the regional director of KZN. He have got a screen in front of him, and everybody, wherever you are able to look at that. Therefore, you can see what is happening. You can see whether they are poor. That's why if you look at the elements at the bottom area, thank you very much, at the bottom part, you are able to see where you are in red. And then you know what to address. And we are able to see which region is a problem. And you can go and talk to that regional head. Which transaction should we be worried about? And are we meeting the annual performance plan commitment which we have done to Parliament? Yes, hold us accountable. We should listen and use this feedback loop to improve whatever we are supposed to do. If you don't have a feedback loop and we respect it, therefore, how can your customer service improve? Therefore, we have got complaints management office, and we listen to them. We have been, in the past 2-3 weeks, we have been looking at the coming filing season. Have we addressed things which we have picked up from the Office of the Tax Ombud, from social media, from service rating which we have? Have we looked at that? Also from PwC, they've got their own surveys which they do. Our stakeholder forums. Parliament also hold us accountable. If you don't use that information to improve your customer service, then why do you exist? As an organization, you need to think about we need to improve. And this feedback loop, it's money. It's free for you. It can help you to improve your process, your procedure, and everything you do. It's not me. It's the learned people who says, I've learned that people will forget what you have said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. That's customer service. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ratilana. Wow, I didn't know that by you coming to this symposium, in an immediate effect, this year I just got promoted, becoming the head of Municipal Service Charter. You know, some things, they happen in life without you expecting them, but jokingly so. Thank you, Doc. We have learned a lot. I don't want to repeat what you have said, but only thing that I can tell you is that as the city, as EThekwini Municipality, we have a long journey to regain trust from our customers, from our citizens. I won't tell you which percentage are we sitting because of the things that are happening around, but there is a room for us to learn and to benchmark from others so that we can continuously improve our services. How I wish that all our employees can look at EThekwini as a brand, not just a cow for them to get salaries only. Colleagues, let me take the opportunity to allow the comments, clarities, questions from the those that are here physically and those that are online. My two ladies, please stand up. The hands are up.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Doc. That was very insightful. I think, I'm sorry to ask this, but I know that your presentations with the previous speaker are not talking to each other, but I'll ask a question that would maybe come from his presentation as well. You spoke about 13,000 employees that you have at SARS. He spoke about employees that may lose their job at EThekwini Municipality. I wanted to know that how does SARS appreciate AI? And how does SARS ensure that employees does not lose their jobs? What is it that SARS is doing right for their employees not to lose jobs, so that at least as EThekwini we can also learn from that? Then secondly, I also wanted to check the impact of AI in terms of your services, because we are also a service delivery organization. Because I can see from your presentation that your service delivery is efficient. We are also providing an efficient service, but I think we can learn one or two things from you. Thank you.
Another hand, colleagues, is there any hand? Mr. Goodman? Jade? Okay.
Thank you, Doc, for the presentation. I just want to check, with the high rate of taxes that we pay, I know that we have unemployment and we have huge unemployment in this country. If maybe there is an increase in employment rate, will you consider reducing our taxes? I'm glad that I have this opportunity, and I think we are not well taught about our taxes. I know that to me, SARS is government, and you all account to the government, whether you like it or not. I'm concerned about the tax, on retirement. I think what I've seen is, or realized that as a government employee, you can't get your full benefits. Every time you get money, half of it must go away to SARS, even when you are going on retirement. So I like Timakato was saying earlier that SARS is something else. I'm saying SARS is government, and government, I'm not being political, colleagues, saying they don't want us to get rich, It takes too much. That's why people are working longer, because they are trying to have more money. So I want to know whether if the employment rate can increase from what it is, maybe will you consider reducing our taxes? And also, I still need to know what was the motive for the VAT increase, and what is going to happen now that increase was reversed. Thank you.
Thank you, Goodman. Any comments? Mr. Mavuso? Jade? Thandeka is here.
Thanks, Doc, for the presentation. A quick one from me. You spoke about a hygiene test. That's where everyone, when they come to the SARS branch, they are tested for hygiene. Now it means that the tester must be clued up in different areas of SARS, customs, business VAT, personal income tax, and so forth. How then do you make sure that the tester is well equipped to be able to understand all components of SARS, as well as understand how to operate the integrated systems of SARS? How do you make them sort of specialists in different areas within the same organization? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have online colleagues? Nothing online. Let Thandeka, so you can continue before Dr. Thomas respond. I'll take you, Mr. Mfunda.
Yeah, this is actually not a question, rather a comment. Just to commend the service of actually SARS, technology-wise, because I use it every year, and I'm very happy to report that so far SARS has given me a couple of cents back. Thank you very much for that. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is my wife went on retirement, and she had endless problems. And then a family member recommended that we go, because I'm from Cape Town, so they recommended that we go to Mitchell's Plain branch. And we went there, and we had excellent service. I can honestly commend SARS for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mfunda, and I'll take you, sir.
Thanks, Chair, who has just got a promotion. You are in line with your head of the unit, who was bragging about the POE. So, yeah. No, mine is simple. In the presentation that has been done, which I like, by the way, and thanks for that, you mentioned the fact that you don't have a customer services as a department, meaning that in one way or another, you embed customer services throughout the value chain. Now, my question is, how do you do it? I'm asking this on the basis that in my previous life and in my current life, I've had an opportunity of working with different specialty people who don't embrace customer service and embed into their space, particularly those that your accountants, your engineers, your IT gurus, and to mention but a few. In most cases, customer services, when you talk customer services, you're not talking their language. They sit in their little corners. As you grow older, you get to speak like I'm speaking. You just speak anything. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for an excellent presentation. It was insightful, and I guess also what it exposes is that dealing with people is not only complicated, but it's complex. And when something is complex, it means sometimes there isn't a certain level of predictability. And you always have to be, as you said, very agile in the way you approach some of your challenges. Doc, I wanted to find out, there is 20 million South Africans that live in the rural areas. 20 million. And we know that the issue of access around rural areas and connectivity is a bit of a challenge. But that's possibly 20 million taxpayers that are not using your platform. And because they're in rural areas, they don't have, it's an assumption that they don't have the financial flexibility to travel those 200 Ks, because it's a 400-kilometer return trip, which could cost anything from 500 Rand and above, or whatever it is. How, I'm sure that keeps you awake at night and you think about it quite a lot as you, how are you approaching that certain group of people that are in that bracket? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the 13,000 employees, it has not been easy for them to embrace technology. You will recall when we started to say we don't want paper, people are used to paper. We said, okay, paper will come, you scan, you give them back. People say, but no, you are taking my job away. That is a reality of life. But as an organization, we have got our own academy internally, our own training academy, which then takes this stuff with the new changes which are coming. These staff are trained now and then. And therefore, that helps us to ensure that people are ready for the new way. Already in the organization, we said we are no longer talking about the 2030, because 2030 is here. We are talking about the 2050. There are teams within the organization which are preparing the organization staff for the changes which are coming. And therefore, that helps for people to embrace the changes which are coming. And therefore, if you check, you can go even on our website. We are using AI assistant to most of the issues which people are asking. Therefore, we have embraced it. Our friend who left here, possibly he was hesitant to tell you that SARS won a competition of public and private institutions using the call center. because they are coming to improve the call center in such a way that we require about 278 permanent new employees to be in the space. We are going to use artificial intelligence to do that work. And therefore, we are embracing technology and we are retraining our people to fit the new needs. With employment, will SARS consider to reduce the tax? You have heard that from the commissioner. He says what is supposed to be done on tax is to abstract from the tax base. Therefore, when the tax base goes up, potentially the abstraction will also be up. But that might also help for, not for SARS, but for government to consider the tax rates. Because remember, it is not SARS who determines the tax rates. It is the government. Politically correct, we are an entity of government. We execute the law, which has been passed in parliament. Therefore, if the demands of the country will still be going up, because government doesn't have a shop, what do you expect? Government will come and pressurize the pocket to say collect more. Therefore, we expect that if the tax base increases, potentially the tax rates might go down. You have heard when the commissioner said there's already about 800 billion sitting for those who are under declaring illicit and so on. If we can harvest such well, we hope that that must assist. And that has been also a reason why the minister has considered to move back on VAT. Because they are increasing our budget. I'm wondering whether today he will still stick to it. He said he was going to give us 2 billion. And we said in each billion, we'll bring about 35 to 40 billion. Therefore, SARS just execute the law, which you guys, you can go to parliament with placards, possibly if they change, SARS changes how they do. VAT is political. I'm not yet a politician. I will not go there. Thank you for the commendations. We are doing our best. Customer service, yes, it's not a department. And why? What do we do to ensure that it's not a department? As I told you, SARS training, technical training, the academy, it assists us to do so. It assists us to train each and everyone, the middle, the front, and the back. But also we have introduced what we call embedding leadership model, which myself and others, we had to go around the country and pull everybody so that they can understand the way the organization wants to operate and also to change their own ethos. And that's to bring in customer service to everybody. And you have seen also our operating model. We have got a regional director for KZN who manages everything here. We have got a regional director for Limpopo who manages everything so that each and every department, they don't claim to be outside the leadership of the regional head. And that assists to bring people together, even those who think they are supposed to be outside. Therefore, our operating model, in our operating model as an organization, we are saying outside in view. We don't have inside out view. We are changing that. Therefore, understand the issues of the taxpayer, understand the issue of the customer. Whatever you model inside, it must be able to be utilized by the taxpayer. And that's why every outcome of every product, we also test it with the taxpayer so that they understand what is supposed to happen. Yes, we understand the rural setup. We have got the mobile tax units in all the regions, which try by all means to visit those areas. But our own education and broadening tax-based teams, they travel to the rural setup so that they can assist in the area where technology is not that good. Hygienic check.
Hygienic check is nothing sinister. When you go there, don't think, don't think they are looking at you to say, but now, what can we do? No, the idea is we want to help. We want to help you so that when you go back, you don't need to be called to come back again. Now, how do we do that? When in the training mechanism and the progression, the growth in the organization, it's also tied to that. If you know only one text type, your level in the organization will be low. If you know or you have passed or tested and passed 2 text types, 3 text types, your progression and salary. Therefore, even your pocket talks to that. Therefore, that's to encourage that people should also learn the other text types. But as an organization, we have got what we call knowledge base. We test our staff regularly on what they know on different text types so that the training interventions covers that. But as an organization, frequently asked questions are also available for our own staff to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Before you sit, Doc, just a follow-up. In preparing your team for a change, retraining to fit for new changes, how do you deal with labor? Because we are in a very unionized environment as public servants. How do you deal with labor in that aspect?
Fortunately enough, I participated also as a representative of the employer some years ago at the bargaining forum. It is proper that you also equip the people who sit at the bargaining forum in advance. Now, we brief labor of where the organization is going. And we also talk about the implications and what we are going to do, and also invite them to also give inputs to such. Therefore, we prepare them even before we go to our own employees. And when now it reaches the employees, we also have the buy-in of labor. Now, if you just implement, you will find you have got a lot of challenges. But that's what we do. But we also have resistance in some of the things. I mean, it's not a yes on everything. But that helps us to say, where do we change to accommodate those possibly who are not yet at the level which the organization is? But we prepare them at the bargaining forum.
Thank you so much, Doc. Can we give a round of applause for Doc? Thank you, Doc. You may sit down, and in assuring you that we will be communicating with you frequently after the session as we are in a preparation to review our municipal service standards and charter with various departments consolidating one document. We want to embed all the information that you have shared with us, also taking a mirror to reflect in terms of what we have written in our document. Does it talk to our vision as the city? Does it talk to our customers' expectations and needs? So we will be going through all that exercise. Just thank you for attending the session and being with us. Please do not go away. We still have Miss Tandy. Radebe, I don't want it to have an empty seat. Miss Tandy will be taking us through. She's from EThekwini Municipality. The lady that I'm going to speak about, I don't want to speak about her, but the profile is very clear. But what was important to us as the coordinating team, they're saying as municipalities, we are coming from different families. We are families of municipalities. We don't look in terms of what is happening in that family because we want to judge, but we want you to share with us your experience in the family. What are the things that are happening good in Tshwane? What are the things that you say, guys, don't even dare, don't go there to that route because we've been there and done that, and these are the things that we went through. So we are learning from each other. Maybe next time you will get City of Joburg or City of Cape Town. We are learning from each other as the metros and as the sister cities. May I check, Buyi, that if Ms. Tandy is available for us? Okay, let me hand over to Ms. Tandy to take us through. Thank you.
Be off the video so that I'm able to be audible. Bully, maybe from your side, if you can share. Am I audible? Colleagues, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Tande.
Okay. I'm not given permission to share, so maybe if you can share my presentation from your side because you have. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, for inviting the City of Tshwane. I'll be quick because I am acting governance and support officer, and we currently have a MACO on. Just quickly, those are the table of contents that will be covered by the presentation as outlined. I'm on slide number 4. Just give you a quick brief in terms of the profile of the city. We are covering 30% of the Gauteng geographical space as the city of Tshwane. We are regarded as the 3rd largest city in the world in terms of the land area, coming 3rd to New York and Yokohama in Tokyo. We are regarded as the largest city in Africa, and we are an administrative seat of government. We are known as a capital city. We are hosting over 130 diplomatic missions, second to the Washington, D.C. in the US. We are proud in ourselves as being able to conduct at least 90% of research development in our space because of the number of university and tertiary educations that we have. And our population is about 3.5 as per the last census. However, we know that now we are estimated sitting at about 4.1. Unconfirmed, and the common languages that we have within the city is English, Sepedi, Afrikaans, Tsonga, and Setswana in that order. So our motto or slogan for the city, which is the next slide, is igniting excellence. So as customer relation management, we prescribed to, we did not set our own as a department, so we aligned to the city's one. And when you go to the next slide, you will then see the information that I've shared there in terms of what we use to justify us having a customer relation management within the city. We use the legislative requirements such as the Constitution, the Municipal Systems Act, and the white paper on transforming public service delivery of 1997, where the principles were outlined. And finally, the Presidential Delivery Agreement Outcome 12 of 2010. So I'm on slide number 8, Bui, just to then highlight quickly in terms of the current strategy that we have as a city that was adopted as CRM strategy. Mainly, it calls for the city to standardize customer experience from all contact points, and also places customer relations management department at the center as the custodian of customer needs. And therefore our vision as a department, we have adopted the vision that we want to provide a globally competitive customer service and superior customer experience in line with the vision of the city of igniting excellence. And the strategy also emphasizes the effective management and use of technology, data analysis, and customer trends, and through the listed mechanisms that are there. So going to the next slide, then our then key functions as a department is mainly to be a first point of contact for the city, eliminating customer frustrations. We resolve inquiries at the first contact. We're referring here mainly to your bill interpretation, your prepaid cards unblocking, your account deferrals, your payment arrangement, your data management type of thing. When people want to know where they can find a certain venue for the city or book a certain hall. We are able to respond at the first point of contact and provide that information. Another key function of the department is to provide information to cities customers at the first point, be it rates, be it rental of facilities, area outages, and maybe also communicate all the planned and unplanned service interruption. Lastly, maybe you're too fast for me, just stand there for a minute, Bui. We also log notification for the back office execution. We are referring here, colleagues, to both technical queries and provide reference numbers. The general queries are all and mostly handled through the customer relations management, and we've got some that we then refer to finance department, but mostly they are handled at the CRM department. So what we usually and normally refer to the back office are your technical queries. After we've provided a reference number and we're able then to track the progress, escalate request out of that, those that are out of service level agreement up to the top management level, and follow up with the back office from our side through a specialized team of consultants that are now at the outbound call center, which I'm going to just touch on in my next slide. So the reason that we were invited is that maybe we share some of the platform and some innovations, platforms that we've created as a city. So this next slide is just bringing everything together. We have different channels and queues that we've established. For voice, we have about 13 of such. Voice is where we normally call it with another term, a call center. We are running a visual call center. We've got 3 call center sites within Tshwane. One site is stationed in Centurion. The other site is stationed in the city center at Middlestad, and the biggest site is stationed at Kemba call center in Hammanskraal. Due to COVID, we have learned some lessons. So we've introduced what we call working from home, because you will understand that customer relation is not classified as an essential service. So we were finding ourselves as a city where we were inaccessible during COVID first few days of shutdown. So we had to then find an innovative way of then establishing the working from home principle. We were under administration at the time with the administrators, so some permission was granted. And after we came back with the new administration, we just formalized that in the form of the report, and the mayoral committee took a decision, and the city manager endorsed. So we still have working from home teams, and those teams are assisting us and to make us available at all time, even when the actual physical call center have technical challenges. Maybe that's one of the things that the EThekwini Municipality can consider. So we also have then your working center, your email queues. Your email queues is where we receive our written inquiries, where the customers prefer to communicate to us through writing, which is the next slide. There we have about 10 queues. I'm not going to read. You are able to see that. We are now on the next slide, which is slide number 13. When you look at slide number 13, these are our working centers. Our working centers are spread across all 7 regions. Tshwane is quite a big area. So we have 7 regions. So in these regions, this is how then we have the next one. This is how then we have them spread right across the region. When I started with Tshwane in 2018, there were about 32 of such. But along the way, some of them has to be shut down. Some reasons for that is that you'll find that we don't attract enough food. Find that the buildings are old. We have OHS challenges, and in certain areas you'll find that the ICT infrastructure is not able to support us in that space. So right now we are sitting at 26. We have just submitted a report, which maybe I will touch on in my future slide around the reconfiguration of the walk-in center as we move forward into the new administration after the new financial year. We also have a present, next slide, also have present in the social media channels. We currently are able to interact with the customers. If you move to the next slide, on Facebook, X or Twitter, and we also have a WhatsApp bot that customers can interact, especially around their account with the finance guys. So we have that mainly geared up around the account management and so on. What we also have is what we term the EQS, which is our safe service channels. Currently, we have about 3 of them within the city. It's our EThekwini. I want to report. I want to report is more on your website. And lastly, we have the SMS and the USSD available for customers that still use also old technology. So I want to dwell therefore in terms of the innovative approaches that we have taken going forward. So the first one on slide number 17, Muli, is to talk about the EThekwini, which I've already mentioned that EThekwini is our EQS. So when you look at the EQS, EQS is explained in full as an expanded query services. This is the part of the portal where residents and anyone can log in a service request on files that are not related to a specific property. So you can walk around Tshwane or drive through Tshwane and you don't have an account with us. When you log into EThekwini, it asks you for your account number, but we have then introduced, because people already have the EThekwini, you can be then able to engage with us through the EThekwini, even if you don't have an account number, and even if the complaint you want to log is not related to your specific place of residence. So what then this EQS is giving us as a city is increased access, because then customers then becomes accessible to customers because they can log in at any given time when it's convenient for them. When you look at the next slide, we say public can report or request services at any time or anywhere. So that's what becomes a benefit, a key benefit for EThekwini, and also fast track the city's access to information about where the services are needed. So we are available in the platform 24 hours, and the customers or residents does not have to wait for our consultant or agents to be able to respond immediately. They can get a reference number and be able to track on their own, and also makes the reporting more reliable, as it eliminates a middleman or provide data directly from the public. Because in some instances, you'll find that the web office may accuse that the front office didn't capture the information directly, and they struggle to find where the service breakdown was. So when you move to the next slide, then it's the just demonstration in terms of how, when you land into the page of EThekwini EQS, this is how it looks like. You can be able there to access us. When you look at the account manager just below, it says submit a query. You can use the tab, or you can use a tab on the side of the left-hand side, where you can then go straight directly where it says query, complaints, or compliments. That's where you can be able to log. When you go to the next slide, just wanted to just demonstrate the uptake in terms of this platform. We have introduced this platform at least about 2 years ago, but when you look at the uptake from January to date, you'll see that we are mostly averaging at around 9.8 in terms of uptake per month. And this 9.8 I'm referring to does not include the revenue side of things where people log into EThekwini because they want to pay their accounts and so on. This is mainly data around people logging using EThekwini to be able to log their service request. So it's becoming quite popular and quite a convenient way for customers to be able to engage with the city without the long queues and holding on for the call center. So when you move to the next one, another system that we've introduced is what we call Cinch, a contact center system. We've introduced this one about 18 months ago. It is a system that is used by the visual call center. It empowers the CRM management team to provide an exceptional customer experience using modern technology to deliver services to a larger and complex range of customers. What is positive about Sync is that we can also use it to log into a social media space without agents logging out of the CRM system and then opening Facebook or Twitter. This link, they can be able, from them having log on Sync, they can be able to then respond to customers, and that's in those spaces as well. The third one that we've also introduced, this was done now in the end of January. You will understand that we have a new administration now, the new coalition that took place. And then when it actually entered into the 100-day program, that 100 days was ending on the 21st of 100 days. 21st of January. So each department needed to come forward in terms of what they can deliver within the first 100 days of the new administration. So together with economic development and finance, we therefore decided that we will identify top 200 customers within the city and top 200 in terms of revenue that they bring into the city. We're talking companies like your Ford, your BMW, your Exaro, your SAPS, and so on. So those were the companies that we targeted. So what we've done, we've created a portal for them so that when they have service request breakdown, they have services breakdown, they don't have to fall to be behind the queue, form part of the queue, and be behind Mamuzondo or Koko Dlamini, who actually is an indigent. So they have their own queue, and when they send the service request, it's more of a VIP queue. When it comes to us, we are able to pick it up immediately, and also the economic development business support is able to see immediately that this is a service request from Ford or BMW that has been put in. And then what then happens is that if the service, the back office departments are not responding within the VIP reduced timeline, they will therefore to escalate and follow up, and CRM is also able to do the same. So what we're doing with this, we're trying therefore to treat them a bit more special so that we don't lose businesses within the city, and we also ask them to support local economy as a frontline office. When you then go to the next one, you will then see that we also introduce an outbound call center. I've presented this extensively in an ILGM conference in last year in EThekwini. So the introduction of this outbound call center, colleagues, you know that most of our call center are in nature inbound. So, but this created a gap that we've picked up, especially when we have frequently calling customers. So we picked up that, sometimes of the service requests, because we're tracking them, departments are taking long to resolve. And therefore, as a result, they lead into repeated calls on our side. And also we are faced with now a frustrated customer that looks at our agents as incompetent, to an extent that you find that the customer does no longer want to hear the word escalation. It becomes a swear word. So we then came up with this as a pilot, and then we derived results that were positive. And as a result, the mayoral committee in February resolved to then adopt and create a new structure within the CRM operations, that is outbound call center, and we are going to then formally appoint into that space. So it also provides support in a form of ensuring that we become the one that run for the customer in terms of ensuring that the matter is resolved. And we count how many interactions we made and follow-ups we made with the department, and how many hours it took for the department to resolve the issue. The majority of the issues that we're dealing with around the outbound are finance related, whether customers are querying the accuracy of fill, or they are frustrated that the matter has been and number was closed without the issue being resolved on the ground. So we then moved to another platform or channel that we actually are currently having. Like I indicated in slide number 24, that we have now expanded our presence on the social media. Our strategy is that we follow the customer where the customer is going. So when we conduct our customer satisfaction survey, some of the feedback that we take there, we are able then to input into our strategy as we revise. We were sitting yesterday actually as a team revising this current strategy and preparing for the next 5 years in terms of where we're going. So basically, we've expanded our presence into the social media to make sure that we are respond as near time as possible, because we've realized that our current administration are quite active in the social media. So whether the mayor or the MMC will post anything positive about the city, the customers will always say, we've been without electricity for 4 hours, or we've been the pothole in the corner so has not been attended to. So we pick up such and then engage directly with the customer and issue a reference number, making sure that the back office escalate the matter and their address. So that has been a positive for us, because now it actually then has reduced the lag time that we. So part of what we've agreed upon yesterday in our strategic session is that the team needs then to go and review our social media policy in terms of our response time, so that we become as accurate as possible in terms of what we deliver and what we promise that we will deliver. So we will be revising our social media policy for CRM. The next slide talks about the project that I just hinted in terms of the reclassification of the walk-in center. Part of frustration in terms of the poor customer experience as emanating from our customer satisfaction survey was that certain areas, especially in the township and in the rural space, because we cover both urban and rural area in Tshwane, they find themselves that they have to drive to town to get certain services, and that has been frustrating. And you'll find that in the rural area somewhere, it's only one room or a 4-room house, and it's classified as customer care center. And you juxtapose that against a customer care center in Centurion, it becomes a chalk and cheese. So we decided that part of what we should do as customer relations executive is to manage expectations and then look at all these walk-in centers that we have and reclassify them into mega center, satellite center, and also the mobile centers, and then redefine what services you will be able to receive from each center, and which department should be available on a full-time basis in that center, so that when a customer know that, okay, I want to register for indigent, they know they can go to any center that services there. They want to obtain their account balance,
that service is in all the working center. But when they start looking for more technical services like the development of plan, and maybe they have an issue with an engineering part of it, maybe the plan has been rejected because the engineering does not meet certain expectation, they must know that they won't find that kind of service at Ezitobeni, but they can find it at shared services at Silver Lake and so on. So those are the kind of expectations that we intended to then manage, so that all departments that are there are supposed to be helping this customer. The customer does not have to drive 10 or 15 times to us looking for the service that we could have pre-communicated that it can be found there. So this has been approved. We are starting the implementation on the 1st of January because some of these configurations require budgetary commitments, and the marketing and communication department machine will start then modeling, indicating which centers do what, so that customers get used then in terms of, for now, we're still operating as wonke bonke. We're taking everything that comes the door and address it and be able then to direct where extra help can be acquired. Going to the next one, what we also do is what we call the reviewers of norms and standards. I'm glad that the city of EThekwini is looking at reviewing that. We do this, I think for us, we've learned over years that timing is very important. So we've just completed ours now. It has gone through the ESCO, it's en route to MECO for adoption. It's important that you do this before the elections, so that come the new administration, you are not now buckled down in actually then renegotiating the norms and standard. You have the approved norms and standard, and the focus of the department is then to implement. So we do that. Tswana is politically unstable in most instances, you know. In the 7 years that I'm here, I've already had 5 mayors. So what we do then, we do it, it's done now. It's approved through MECO, it's going to ESCO, is going through MECO. It doesn't have to go to council. So we are ready then to implement. We then load it in our SAP CRM system at the back of the system. So it then becomes automatic for all our agents and the consultant to be able to give the estimated time to all our customers in terms of a specified service request that they had. So yes, colleagues, that's where we are. And then the last one is just maybe to indicate some of the projects that are coming through. We will be launching the WhatsApp channel on the 2nd of June, which is the next slide. This we are doing it because we have picked up because of the political issues within the city. Sometimes when you issue information through WhatsApp, councillors take that information and repackage them into a political message, and sometimes it distorts what the city intended to communicate. So we decided to have a direct line with the customer, because we've seen that the WhatsApp is something that customers are utilizing quite a bit. So we decided that we are going to launch a WhatsApp channel, and in the WhatsApp channel, then we'll invite customers to join in. It will be separated into 2. There will be a corporate part of the channel where just the city pushes the information. And then the second layer of it will be regionalized, where the regions will be then share a specific information regarding the area outages, the service breakdown in the region. So it's a one-way channel. They will not be communicating the way they communicate with the WhatsApp board. So we're just using it for a direct information, so that we manage information. Another project that is being finalized by ICT, they've put down all the 20 apps that were there, and they are revamping them, repackaging them. So we're looking at that being launched also early in the financial year to increase our reach and presence, especially for the smartphone users. And lastly, the team in the CRPM of the Customer Relations Department, they are busy working very closely with SAP CRM, SAP for HANA and Microsoft in creating the CRM dashboard so that we can be able to have that 360 view of the customer in whatever platform that they engage us with. So just in conclusion, therefore, colleagues, that is what we have as a City of Tshwane and wanted to share with you. We just want to say for us to be able to reach the level that we have, you have to be deliberate in terms of your leadership. You have to be deliberate in terms of what you want to achieve and communicate that in every platform that you are offered to be able to do that, whether it's a budget committee, whether it's a strategic session of the city or mayoral, you have to be quite deliberate in terms of advocating for customers and what can be done, and have plans in place even when budget is not available for you, so that where department cannot spend, then you become that cash cow that they can then dump money on you, and you can be able to then achieve some of the goals that you want to achieve. So what we've also done, which was not there before a CRM was established, is the issue of business process mapping. Departments are very comfortable to work on a manual system, and part of the big fight that you'll have is to advocate for automation. So you can't automate without defining your I don't know who muted me, but I was muted. So the end-to-end business process is important so that you can allow yourself to automate. And then the next one is the issue of having a reliable ICT system and support. We depend very strongly on ICT support. So we need a stable network and the tools that are agile and are able to accept new technology. So it's quite important. And then the investment that you should make, and you must be deliberate around it, is the issues around people, culture, and change management. We've invested quite a lot in terms of this, and unfortunately, it also goes with the consequence management, so that you can then have that standardization of people following the SOP and following the screen and the notes that you've issued in terms of communicating, and they don't do what they feel like doing. So lastly, we are moving towards the issue of data-driven planning. CRM as a department has a lot of data that it collects. So we are now pushing the city to use CRM data to be able to use it for planning, because we can tell you where the problems are, where the pressure points are, and what type of pressure points are we talking about, and which wards are mostly affected, so that when they do their budget allocation, those areas are not neglected. You know, it's not because they prioritize this ward because the ward councillor makes a lot of noise, but data should be behind the reason why they're prioritizing that ward over the other. So therefore, Chair, as I conclude, we are saying we need to start talking in the local government space about analytical customer relations management, which is the next slide, which focuses on the development and exploitation of customer data. And if we do that, we'll then be able to support your operational CRM by feeding the right information at the right time to agents and channels interacting with customers. Tshwane is part of the trading services reform as spearheaded by National Treasury, and we are going to reform water and sanitation department and electricity and energy, and the third one will be waste. And all those trading services will have their own CRM. So we needed, therefore, to sit down as a team and see how then do we reconfigure ourselves to be able to support these training services and what role the department will play. So that is what was at the center of discussion yesterday. So just in conclusion then, Chair, it's just for me to say it does not matter whether we develop best strategies or operate quite efficiently. It is important that we should manage the information, build business intelligence capability, and be able to analyze the information in hand in order to continuously improve our business processes and system. And with that, I say ngiyabonga. Thank you, Chair.
So much, Sis Thandi, for your informative presentation that you have shared with us. Indeed, we learned and we have taken notes in terms of your innovative approaches that you already started implementing, and also your success pillars, because there is future. You looked into all areas of customer services from the walk-in and the contact centers. Thank you so much for that. Without wasting any more further time, may I take comments, questions and clarities if there are any colleagues from those that are online and there's colleagues that are here with us here sitting in this venue. May I have the two colleagues for the roving mics start? There is Sipo there, Thandeka, there is Sipo on that side, there is Agnes on the other side. Mpume, kwa Phakamiso call center. There is Normalizwi. Peer pressure, it's not something that is very easy to manage. Now, Voga. Sipo, let me start with you.
Thank you very much for the well-rounded presentation. Sis Thandeka is speaking our language now, the contact centers. I just want to find out, Tuguti, how significant has it reduced call volumes because of her introduction of various channels for customers to report, and what is the return on investment on that? Have they seen any? And also, how do they manage communication between the first line interactions or the first line services and the back office? Are they getting timiest response from the back office so that can be cascaded to the customer almost in real time? Also, the last part will be, how do they ensure quality in all these various platforms, what they've created or for customers? And also, has there any, what type of feedback from customers are they receiving with these new channels they've introduced? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sipo. Let me take Mpume.
Good morning. Mine is more on the contact centers. You touched on working from home. I just want to know, in terms of performance, did you maybe check if your employees were more happier and more friendly to your customers when that was introduced, more so because they no longer have to drive through traffics and all of that? However, how then do you manage the IT support? I know you touched on stable connections, ICT systems, but surely from time to time you do need the IT support as well as human capital support. How do you manage that? And also your contact centers, the agents, are they multi-skilled, or you still have segmented contact centers in EThekwini? And the last question would be, when you introduce all the digital platforms, did you then get a special team to manage that, or that was absorbed into the existing staff complement? Thank you.
Thank you, Mpume. Normalizo. Thandeka, there is Normalizo, thanks.
Thank you and good morning, colleagues. I think my colleagues from the contact centers have covered what I wanted to check with the speaker. I'm also more interested in how they manage the working from home teams in terms of Are they experiencing stable network? Do they have network issues from people working from home? Were they able to secure devices, like laptops or PCs, installation of such at the individuals' homes? I would be interested to find out how did they manage that. Also looking to get some answers regarding staff behaviors, because obviously if you're in the office, you have supervisors and managers all over the place watching. But if you're working from home and understanding that a contact center agent is, contact center work is a highly monitored environment, how are they managing the employees from home? Are the supervisors working from home? Virtual systems to monitor all such things. And lastly, it's in relation with change management and staff resistance. When they were introducing the working from home, I noted that she mentioned it started when there was COVID-related issues, and it sort of like stuck from there. Were staff accepting of the change to continue working on home when there was no longer a need for it? Labor issues and other matters related to the change management of having people now permanently working from home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Normally, is there anything from the comment section? No quasi social, nothing. Okay, let me give Sistandi an opportunity to respond to the three colleagues.
Thank you very much for the questions, and thank you for making them relevant to the presentation. Putsipo, yes, there has been a positive results that we've derived from the investment. Part of what I said was that we follow the customer. So what we do, we have supervisors that daily monitor our stats. We have divisional heads that are monitoring their divisions, but on a weekly basis, as a group head, there is the meeting that we call OPTT, where we have both back and front office divisional heads and group heads sitting there, and then we present what has happened a week before and how the back office have been responding in respect to that. And we also highlight the service requests that are now outside the service level agreement that the department are not responding to. The advance reasons for why they are not responding to some of them is that maybe the yellow plant tender is currently expired, or we don't have enough teams to deal with the demand. However, we record that, and then as part of our quarterly submission to ESCO and Mayoral Committee is our quarter report that then highlight the state of service delivery in the city. This is how many service requests we've received as a city, and these are the channels that they came through, and this has been response of the city in respect of those service requests. And therefore, we made certain recommendation and conclusion based on the interactions that we had with the back office departments to be able then to advise the ESCO and MECO to take certain decision. And from there, you'll find the ESCO will maybe advise the CFO to speed up in terms of the supply chain of certain issues that they see that they have a direct impact on service deliverers. The issues like your street light repairs and so on, which are usually the issues that come out very strongly, especially in the urban town areas, and then issues of water leaks that will come out mainly around your township, so on. So what was interesting with this question is that when we were sitting yesterday and looking at the state in a strategic session, we always had our call center for the number of years being the main source of how we receive queries. It did surpass already 5 years ago the working center state. The working center was the initial channel that was introduced, followed by the call center. So call center surpasses that. And now from January and February, for the first time, we saw the social media stats surpassing the call center state. That's why our then knee-jerk reaction of increasing our presence and capacity there to be able to then let the social media platform, because you know how the danger of it can spiral out of control if we don't respond on time. So we've seen that. Colleagues, these things, they don't just happen overnight. What you do in order to standardize and deal with issues of quality, in our space, we use a lot of scripting. We script, and we have the OE that listens to call and quality assure and do the QA and be able to pick up if the agent or consultant, they have not responded the way they should with the customer and provide training. But where we see that there are gaps, the CRPM department then start identifying that gap and then script a SOP in how to deal with that gap that we've identified. So we also are conducting, we've conducted last year the survey that says we wanted to see the touch point, we call it a touch point contact survey, where customers were telling us which preferred touch point or contact channel that they prefer the city to communicate with. Hence, we were then part of what we are doing in terms of our review of strategy, managed to do that. Emails came out very low in terms of that survey, and your social media came very high. People are saying they don't have time to sit and wait on the queue of the phone. They don't have the resources to do that. They prefer the WhatsApp, they prefer the social media, they prefer the self-service platform. That's why you're seeing us moving our investment towards that. It's because it's also been driven by that survey. Like I say, it actually then is to secure funding when you have some data that backs your thinking. You want to do these things, but if you don't do the research, you do your innovative corner, like colleagues have said, then you don't actually do this. But what you then have to do and maybe spend time on is to conduct these things in terms of the pilot, so that you accumulate enough data to be able then to convince the principal to then invest in that space. For me and normally I'll just combine those because it's quite similar. It talks to the working from home. Yes, it's something that we had to think about it at the top of our head, because now the departments were making an excuse that CRM is not around, therefore we cannot send our guys out because now we don't have reference number, and therefore we cannot justify the payment of overtime. So we then had to then sit normally with our ICT, and then we came with what we call ICT security risk. So we then presented that to employees as an option, and employees were then willing to assure that I have secured environment. In my environment, there is this space, and the municipal asset will be protected in this space, and so on. You will know that it actually does not make sense to give the call center agent a laptop because of the number of windows and the number, the magnitude of data that they deal with. So they have like your desktop, your proper screen. So we had to then let them sign the release form where we release the tools to them. And remember, what came with COVID as well was the non-sharing of tools of trade. Before, you'll have this shift coming and the next shift coming using the same tools of trade, whether you're talking about earphones and so on. But now, with COVID, we're forced to actually issue tools of trade to every agent. So they then sign the acceptance of risk and security in terms of that, and that then gets delivered and installed in terms of that. And in most instances, when we started, they had to apply for VPN, where we then give them access to the system of the city, and they did that, and that's how we started. So with us, it was easy because this is the only opportunity we afforded to the call center staff, not the working center. Maybe I must make that clear. And then we already are running a visual call center where I indicated that we had 3 sites. But when you look at our dashboard, those 3 sites operate as one call center. So even when we had a working from home team, they were able therefore to be integrated and take calls as part of the one call center, even though they were sitting at different platforms. So the statistic was interesting to see that when we, so maybe before I come to the statistics, so you have a target you have a target of how many calls you should answer. And if you don't meet that target and you don't adhere to the schedule as prescribed by workforce management, we then call you in. We don't call you in. We take the right of you working from home. We don't call you back in. And then you will be working in one of the centers, physical centers. So you're losing that luxury of working from home and using transportation and so on. So we saw that when we use that mechanism, then the performance increased. So when we're looking at the stats like yesterday, we then realized that this, because we're having a debate of closing one of the call center because we are forever having network interruption. So we're looking at centralization of call center moving from 3 to 1. But when we were unpacking the stats yesterday, we realized that when you look at the working from home team, they are actually answering 2/3 or even 3 times the call center agent that are in the center because they have less interruptions, they have less OHS issues, they have less interference in terms of intimidation by other staff members and so on. So those were the key issues that we're dealing with, that sometimes in the call center environment is not about ICT issue, but it's about people's issues that ended up interrupting services. But this decentralization of agents and holding agents individually accountable for their performance, it then brought the issue home. And also linked to that, that's why I was saying issues of people management are quite critical. When we then hold them to the agreement and issue the consequence management, and people actually lose their job for not actually doing what they're supposed to do, it sends a message across everybody. Yes, the city still does not have an official working from home policy. However, when the city manager issued a memo calling back everyone to come back to the office we didn't have the working from home policy, I then wrote to the city manager and asked for an exemption. And I demonstrated in that communication the benefits that we have been deriving and how then our performance has improved and how then the call center then, because of this intervention, has become 24-hour available without interruption. Because even if our 3 centers can be down, but we always are now available, even though sometimes the number are quite reduced, but we are always available because of this intervention. I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sis Thandi, for responses. I think colleagues, are you satisfied? There is one Sis Thandi from the back. Boyi? From those online. Jade Tandeka?
Okay, there's one question on Teams. It says, I understand the city of Tshwane has very progressive multilingual language policy. How has this policy been built into the customer service strategy? And there was then another question from a comment from Facebook. Beautiful presentation as part of the Smart City Initiative. Does the city of Tshwane follow a specific framework or set of guidelines when selecting AI technologies for adoption, especially those aimed at improving customer service delivery? Given that technology is advancing on a daily basis, how do we know that the chosen technologies will work?
Thank you. Sis Thandi, you can respond.
And when we build teams, so that the teams are able to cover the 5 languages that we have. So say, for instance, you are phoning and you want to speak only Afrikaans because that's the language that you choose. And I'm an agent that can speak English and Spedi and Tswana. we are able then to redirect that call to an agent that can be able to help that specific customer. So that's how we have built it in. So in terms of our strategy, our team composition is able to take into cognizance that there are languages that we are dealing with, like your Sizulu, your Nguni languages. They are not dominant languages in Tswane, but we do assist customers if they insist on using that language. So that's how we build it in. In terms of influencing AI technology in our space, we have taken a conscious decision that as a city, ICT department is central in ensuring that it does that. So what we do, we will then from the departmental side, come up with specification that we need a tool, and this tool should be able to do this, that, and the other. And then your ICT specialists, then they go into the market and come with all alternative or options that are there in the market to say, this is what we have. And sometimes they even go to an extent of inviting the service provider to present to us, and we are able to engage with them. And then once we think what we want is possible, then we then drive our tender specification and give it to supply chain, and we follow that process. But we don't go to ICT department because it is a centralized function in Tswane. We don't go and say, we want Microsoft AI. We don't say that. We'll say we want an artificial intelligence tool that will be able to assist us to do this and that, and be able to respond to this and that. But what is critical for us, whatever system or tool we bring in board, it must be able to integrate with what we are already having in existence, so that we have one view. We don't find ourselves looking in too many systems. So that is our key condition. Other than that, it is an ICT process, and we follow that route. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Sis Tandi, for those responses. And colleagues, let us give Tandi a round of applause for his presentation and insightful information. We are moving towards the end of the session. Let me call Mr. Mahlaba. Can you quickly come here so that Mr. Mavuso will do our official thank you as part of the session before I wrap up and hand over to the next colleague. Mr. Mahlaba, are you here? Usapumile foot, it's fine. Let us continue with Mr. Mavuso. Nanku dog in front of us. Cameraman nanke sondela camera. Kutua, everything with it goes with evidence. This is how we say, dog, thank you. I know that Saras is still going to come after us, but we are saying thank you. Thank you so much. You can take a seat. We really do appreciate, colleagues. Thank you all for active participation and engagement throughout the session. Your insight, questions, collaboration made this truly enriching experience. I hope you have available takeaways that you can apply in your roles moving forward. Let us not end the conversation here. With all of us, stay connected and share ideas to improve customer services and service delivery. We came to the end of this session. The online team, may you kindly write on your chats that we are going for break. We will have, colleagues, strictly 35 minutes for lunch. So we will leave now at 13:28, be back exactly at 2 o'clock. There are other guests that we still have to take the speakers, so let us make sure that we are in time. Lunch is served in room 22, just across the same floor, but across the stairs, you will see that there is room 22. You will have lunch there. The session is just paused for now. We will be back after lunch. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to start. Sanbonan. Sanbon. Siapil. Thank you. Colleagues, ngizocela unganibizi ngamagama nami ngoba njengoba mavuso ngiyanazi nonke. Can we all be seated? Can we all be seated? Thank you. My name is Agnes Zulu. I've got a new role from today. I'm the service ambassador for EThekwini Municipality. So, my role has changed from today. Colleagues, welcome to the third session for today, which is the last session before we go back to our offices if we finish before 4, or my leadership will then guide us of whether we're going home or we're still going back to the offices. But, be that as it may, you are all welcome to the third session, and hopefully you had enjoyed your lunch, and I believe we will have an active session that is not going to be interrupted by people who are now a little bit dizzy because the lunch was good. May I ask just one question from the room and also from customer service ambassadors that are here? Are we all registered for e-services, on e-services or the app? Are we? So I'll go line desk by desk or table by table to see if you are all receiving your municipal bills on email. Remember, we are moving with the times. So AI is here and we have to embrace it. For us to collect revenue for the city, we are no longer sending bills through the post office. We all know that. So every one of us must embrace the change. I will be dealing with the third session, and I will introduce 3 speakers for the third session. I need also to indicate that the third speaker, which is Dr. Somadada Figeni, will join on the second session, and he will be virtual. The topic for the discussion now is exploring customer service trends, which is facilitated by Agnes Zulu. I will have 3 first speaker who will be assisting us in underlining the barriers, priorities for emerging technology and adoption of municipal governance. Like I've indicated, AI is here and we have to embrace it. Understanding also that we as the municipalities, different municipalities, there could be key challenges in terms of budget constraints and also other barriers. So the speaker is going to assist us in making sure that, and also helping us on how we are going to avoid those barriers so that we are also successful and we are in line also with the technologies for the private sector, whilst bearing in mind that we still have to service our citizens, some of them who are not technology savvy. I will be introducing to you Prof. Hosana Chinomorinzi. May I ask you, Prof, to join us on stage? Can you please give him a round of applause? So Prof is coming from University of Johannesburg, so he is joining our city. So there is so much that we are going to take from his presentation and also what we need to go and see how possible we can implement, because really time is against us in terms of the municipalities, and we have embraced the change. So he is going to be helping us on how we meet up with those barriers. So your interactions, colleagues, after the presentation will be very much appreciated, and I hope we will enjoy the presentation as we have enjoyed the previous presentations as well, and also the take from the previous ones, because when we move from here, we need to move and have action, because it's of no use us moving out from our offices, and when we go back, we are similar to what we were yesterday. So change is imminent, and we need to make sure that we all know our why. Why are we here as municipal employees? Why, at the end of the month, we need a salary? What contributions have you made? What innovations as well, because we need to be innovative, not going outside of the municipality. Within our space, we've got colleagues that have ideas which can be implemented to assist our citizens and also assist our municipalities. Thank you so much. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you, Agnes, Ms. Zulu. Sanbonani, I hope you can wake up after lunch. The lunch was fantastic. So thanks to you, Program Director, to the City Manager, to the Mr. Mavuso Chabalala, and also to the representative of the Mayor, councillors who are here, and all of you who are customer ambassadors, right? Okay. So I'm a technologist by training, and I've done technology all my life, but then today we're living in a post-AI environment. So I'm not going to talk very much about AI because a lot of you have gone to many keynotes on AI and all that, but I'll talk around issues surrounding AI and probably go a bit deeper on that. Okay, so I also pay my rates and taxes in EThekwini. My mother-in-law lives in Inanda, so yeah, you are also, I have the app. I'm very aware of the app. So today we are living with AI, whether we like it or not. So I will kind of use a spectrum for AI. There's the invisible AI, and there's the visible AI. What ChatGPT did was to make AI much more visible for more people because it's communicative, so you can see what it does. But the more dangerous one, well, it's not dangerous necessarily, but there's the invisible AI, the one which is listening to everything you're doing. It knows what you're doing. At the end of today, all of you will be getting adverts on customer service, right? So there's the invisible AI. So we are already living with it, and so life is changing completely. We're seeing a paradigmatic change in how we interact with AI. And so we are kind of symbiotically living with AI. When I say symbiotically, it means that it's like an umbilical cord. If you don't have AI, the question is, what's going on? Okay, who's not using ChatGPT? There you go. Okay. Sorry, maybe I should say, who's not using Copilot? Okay, that's a different question. So we are all, in a way, interacting with AI in one way or the other. And so today, what AI can do, as far as the mind can conceive and imagine, we can do it. It's conceivable because there are mathematical algorithms for it, there are computational algorithms for it. And I'm just going to give you 3 or 4 examples. For example, already EThekwini is using geospatial AI to look at migration patterns of people. So human beings, we are very predictable. You know, we do things in the same way over and over again. So you are able to know exactly, or within certain plus minus, where people are going to move to. So with geospatial AI, you can actually say that around about this time, looking at the movement of people, they will be here. So from a customer services point of view, you can almost already know that maybe we need to put something there, or government needs to intervene. And so this already, I know EThekwini is using it, so that is an example. Another example, some of you are complaining about potholes. Now, you can use AI for potholes. That's actually an easy example because if you use a camera, a traditional camera, as you travel along the road, it can automatically begin to say where there are potholes and you can send off notifications to the road department to go and fix them. So for that, you don't need a lot of specialized equipment, okay? So that's already been done in Australia. We already have the technology to do it here. It's not complicated. Another example is visual AI for stormwater systems in the UK. I actually have a PhD student who's looking at machine learning models to predict extreme weather events like floods and how they affect us financially. So every time there's a flood, their insurance payouts. So what's the financial implication? So if you can predict to some extent where a flood will occur or where a lot of rainfall will occur, then you can do something about it. So there are already AI systems out there which can solve a lot of what we're doing and enable customer engagement to be a lot more different. And by the way, I kind of, I'm cautious about using the word customer when you're talking about a citizen. Because a customer, if you irritate him on MTN, what does he do? Cancels, goes to Vodacom. If government doesn't provide a service, what does a citizen do? Toi. It's a big difference because you're kind of restricted. So if you look at a citizen as a customer, it kind of distorts the image. With a citizen, you've got to do something about it. We've got no alternatives. We've got no options. And that can be quite problematic. So living and managing by algorithm is no longer a theory. It's happening today. And it's going to be a fundamental aspect of government today, whether we like it or not. I think our previous speaker, Dr. From SARS, Dr. Chililo, yeah? From Thomas. He was already talking about how they are intending to implement AI, and they're already doing it anyway. When you look at your SARS returns, everything is already there. They know exactly where you entered the border from. They know exactly where you've paid everything. It's all interconnected. So where do you need people? And there are many other emerging technologies already in the market. So we will see that AI will increasingly take over decision-making processes. An example today is that we can almost, in a real-time basis, tell you the sentiment of people in an area. And once you know the sentiment of people in an area, you can tell whether or not they should do something. So you can, as customer service, you can predict or understand what's going on. So you don't have to wait for people to complain. You can send out notifications. And that will save you a lot of broken things in the roads and sorts of things. So knowing what people are saying is helpful from a customer point of view. But also, perception today matters more than anything. And we have seen that you can actually manage the way people think through social media by sending small nuggets here and there to manage the way that people think. So you can actually manage people out of a strike, out of a toi through different ways. So the technology is there. So the question is, do we want to use it, or how do we want to use it is a better question. So we're seeing an upward movement of AI from a subordinate role, which is like a tool which you use, to a more equal position. It can make decisions. It can even actually become a supervisor because it's actually much more efficient than human beings. For us, after lunch, we want to sleep, right? AI is working. So if you're using an AI tool to monitor your performance, would all probably be failures, right? So one of the questions is to ask, what role do we really want for AI to play? Now, one of the things I like about Batupele is as much as it's an old principle, it's always about putting people first. So it's not about the technology, it's about people first. And sometimes I do worry that, when we started using cars, we stopped being active. And now we spend our time running, going to the gym. Okay? So something happens to the human being every time we replace certain fundamental things with technology. I'm an academic. I'm seeing more and more students overly dependent on AI. And when you ask them a critical question, when I say critical, I mean a question which questions the basics, sometimes they're like, let me check ChatGPT. Okay, so you begin to question, okay, what kind of society are we creating? So just like physical technology, if you don't exercise, if you're not active, either you will pay more medical bills or something happens to you as a human being. So, and what's the cost of not investing in AI? So you see, if you don't invest in it, you're in trouble. If you invest in it, you're still in trouble. So somewhere in between there, we need to understand, how do we place human beings in the center of this? When I call center agents, or when I call a call center, how many of you enjoy speaking to a bot, to a machine? We're still human beings. So it does still make a difference. So an example of how you can use AI, I think the representative of the mayor or the councillor was talking about how some people have been fired for not doing their jobs. Do you know in the private sector, the AI is monitoring everything you're doing? And if, for example, in Uber, if an Uber driver is not meeting their targets or not having a low acceptance rate, you just fire him. Now you can imagine in the public sector, if you monitor all your performance and you just get a WhatsApp message, sorry, your account is locked, you've been fired, you've got 3 months pay, bye-bye. It's possible, isn't it? Because AI is monitoring everything. So Amazon can also fire workers for failing to hit targets without humans involved. So these are decisions that AI can make. So it's absolutely efficient, but question is it good? Okay, fantastic. So some of the pressing issues that almost all local governments face globally, not just South Africa, is aging infrastructure. So AI can play a role there. I think we already spoke about how Elon Musk has Starlink. Is it Starlink? Starlink can pass all wired equipment. That is an alternative. There's got a maintenance backlog. There's delayed capital execution, informal services. So AI has a solution for each of these things and how they can be done. So for me, my biggest question is, the barrier is not using technology is not just about budget or skills. Sometimes we have to make trade-offs, okay? Is this good enough for us as customers? Do we still want to treat people as machines, or do we want to treat people as people? And then we still have that human engagement. So some of the questions I'm asking now is, what's most valuable or important when you're making a tech implementation decision? So I'm saying, yes, use AI, but also think through how you use AI, because once it's in, and yeah. And how does AI shape customer experience? So now if you put Vatupele or you put people first, the way you implement AI is not just AI for the sake of AI. It's how can I predict what the user is going to experience or what he's going through or he or she is going through, and give you a service that we know is suitable for you, not just for the sake of it. And so some of the questions is, how much decisional weight are we allowing human agents in the role of AI implementation? I think it's still very important. From the research that is out there, what we find is that more senior managers are more willing to implement AI. But we find that on the staff level, there is a sense of fear that if we implement AI, we will lose our jobs. It's a valid fear. So somewhere in between, we kind of need to find a middle ground. Okay, so AI can be easily used in technical and routine tasks, for example, traffic control, fixing water leakages, service notifications. But wherever there's a soft skill involved, that's where yes, you can use AI, but the question is, how much AI do you want to use? How much human intelligence do you want to embed in that decision? So AI can make a recommendation, but human beings, in some cases, should make the decision, the final decision. So hierarchy does play a role, and yeah, I've just said this. So I'm seeing a kind of scale in which AI needs to play a role. The first one is, do not involve AI. For example, if someone is upset, they don't want to talk to a machine, they want to talk to a fellow human being, and they cry, and sometimes all you need to do is, and the person is okay. That's all you need. So in some cases, you don't need you don't need AI. In other cases, you need it in an advisory capacity. It gives you alternatives. Maybe if you do this, these are the options. In other cases, it's co-decisive in the sense that it gives you decisions that can be made and what can be done. In other cases, you can give it permission to actually make the decision, but then the human being kind of signs off. And in the full case is that it's fully autonomous, where the AI makes the decision, sends out whatever it needs to do. So we're seeing this as an emergent role, post-AI craze. And we're seeing that leaders tend to avoid tech when tech does not have a clear return on investment. So as leaders, always be clear that what you want to benefit from this AI. Because sometimes you find, sorry, of course they are here, the big companies, they want to push AI for the sake of AI, but you've got to also understand what really do I want from this AI. Do not just implement it because it's a nice to have. It comes with this other stuff. And many times municipal staff members have a pushback because they're already overloaded. The pressure is already too much. And then now you want to add AI, which is going to take my job, and I still have school fees to pay, my kids. You know, there are issues. I've got, issues to deal with. So in conclusion, I know I'm not saying what you want to hear, but it's not just about launching more tech. It's about using the right technology with the right framing. Now, I intentionally use the word framing because framing is making sure that you get the results you want, not just for the sake of it, and at the right time. For example, if you say the wrong thing to your wife, the right thing to your wife at the wrong time, yeah, that's a different story. But if you say it at just the right time, it may give you different results. So it's not just more about more tech solutions, but better ways of framing decisions under competing pressures. The pressures are there. We are still human beings. We need AI, but AI should support human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for such an insightful information. And it requires us to go and plan more. Understandably so, that AI is still part of us, but more planning needs to be done, as well as to keep our jobs, just for the first question in the morning, to keep our jobs, but at the same time, we need to move with times, because we need also to be comparable to other cities around the world. The take on, Prof, from your presentation also is right technology. What is going to work also for us as a city that needs to be determined, and also right framing. Thank you so much for such a presentation. I will now, colleagues, call for questions, comments, and also suggestions. Thank you. May our beautiful ladies move with the roving mics, whilst our colleagues at the back check on social media. Thank you.
Hi, Professor. I have a question about the ethical issues AI may face. So there's always a question if a self-driving car is moving and there's one person on the right and 2 people or 3 people on the left, who will the AI choose? So we are trying to limit AI as we are speaking, Guti. It must not get ahead of us, but eventually it will. What would that world look like? Thank you.
Next question, colleagues, suggestion, thank you. Can we have the mic on?
Thank you. Thank you, Prof, for a great presentation. Again, to the point, very sharp. Human beings will never be replaced. no matter how advanced AI becomes. We will never take the human element out of it. But I think the message that should be going out from whether the leadership or from academics is that AI will replace people who do not adapt to using it. So if you don't acquire the skill of using AI or integrating it into the way you work, especially when you look at our contact centers, our walk-in centers, they are rich with data. It's collected every day. Every time a citizen walks through there, it's a potential data collection point or moment. So if you don't integrate AI, which is why I think this conversation is great and you're looking at the post-AI situation, is the fact that, as my sister has said, that we need to go out there and start planning about how we apply it, because if we don't, then the boat will move and will be left behind. And when we're left behind, the citizens will be, or the residents would not be very happy, and that's not a good situation.
Thank you. Do we have, oh, thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, my name is Nancy. I'm going to be speaking about customer experience. So I'm not going to get into my talk, but I'm going to just emulate what Marcus was saying, is the fact that AI is an enabler. You never would take the human out of it, but in reality, you're augmenting and you're enabling the staff, and they will have to adapt to AI. They will have to adapt to digital. It is just a transition that's happening. You get on the page or you left behind. You just got to do it. The element of what needs to be the myth of it's taking over jobs is not real, because you're going to grow just as much as the transition from time immemorial has happened. We've had to multiple different industry, you even saying it's, 4IR, right? We have to elevate ourselves. We have to take it as an opportunity. We have to grow, because you're not going to be at that point where all of this mundane work that you're currently doing is necessary anymore. You will actually be given the opportunity to do what matters, which is the compassion and the empathy. Your job will evolve. What you will do as a customer service person is customer experience, not service.
Thank you. Do we have another hand? There is another hand. The hand.
Okay, thank you. Mine, I think, is more of a comment, and from my comment, I would like Prof to maybe to comment in terms of, to respond in terms of his view on what I'm going to say. I think his colleagues, I think it's other way around, when we talk about IT, we always say we have to adopt, I think what is important is for the IT to adopt to our needs, ne? To adapt to our needs, we know what we want to achieve. So the IT must be able, the technology must be able to help us to achieve what we. So we have to tell the technology in terms of what we need, when we need it. So it has to achieve that. That is my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chama. Any other hand around the room? Colleagues at the, okay, Mr. Spear.
Sound 1, 2.
Yeah, no, thanks, colleagues. Thanks to you, Prof. Okay. I just wanted to, my view is that AI cannot, like my previous colleague was saying, cannot replace a human being. I've noted examples, especially with the sales agents, which are voice, you know, I don't know what you call them, but voice, you know, yeah. It's easy for me just to stop that call, you know. As soon as I say, oh, I'm talking to a machine, then I stop. I just stop the call, because I have no, you know, feeling for the machine. But many times, when an agent, a human being calls me, they have a different approach. The machine has got only one approach. So it's either you respond to that question. So in short, it's got a limited, AI is got a limited capacity. So it's failing in other aspects, you know. A human being can influence me to buy a good or a service, you know, more than AI. You know, AI, I have a choice. Listening to the voice, I have a choice to listen or not. Sometimes there is a breakdown in communication. When you want, I might say to AI, yes, no, I like this service, but not now, maybe next month. But there is no space for that on AI. So you lose a customer like that. So I'm saying there are limitations, or there's limited capacity when it comes to AI. And what Victor is trying to say is that these two must be used together, you know, to achieve a goal. But we can't have only one, you know, replacing, maybe AI replacing a human being. No ways. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I've got another hand there at the back, Zanele. Where is the second mic? DJ.
Thanks. There was a comment or a statement that was made to say, how do we put the human element at the center of AI? And I just want to check from Prof. Uti, how do we control the use of AI at the institutions of learning, judging from the fact that now they are relying more on AI. So how do we control that?
Thank you. Any other hand? I like the engagement. I can see that we are all listening and we are engaging. I've got a hand from Deputy Head this side.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch base on presentations that are done around the artificial intelligence. I may not necessarily be asking directly to Prof's presentation, because there was some highlights that were done, for instance, by SARS and other speakers. But my interest is, for instance, when SARS was presenting the commonality between us and SARS, we are all for the customers or citizens, and at the same time, there's something that is common, that is the management of customer information from both ends. Now, using the AI, I just wanted to check, maybe SARS can also answer on this one. How do, because there was an issue around, I think it's Prof and Mr. Mahlaba that talks around the algorithms. So I just wanted to check as to in terms of the machine learnings, how best maybe can we be able to implement them as part of the AI to ensure that we are able to sort of pick up and predict the irate customers and have a way to deal with them automatically in terms of resolving their issues. And also on the side of the management of the customer information, I'm checking as to the blockchains, that maybe we can implement to ensure that the customer information that we are kind of collecting as we are servicing our customers is more in a secured environment, and also we can be able to use it to plan or to devise some strategies to improve the customer service environment. Thank you.
Thank you, DH. Any other comment? I've got another one. I like the engagement.
Thank you, Prof.
I've got another.
For the information. Not just to echo what everybody was saying, because we will sound like a broken record as if we are saying the same things. But what the sentiment I've seen, I'm a man also from sales. I think mostly now we are confusing sales and customer service. And these are two aspects. It is real. People buy from people. That will never change. People buy from people. All of us, we know Mercedes-Benz where it's sold. But when you want to go buy a Mercedes, you'll ask a friend, do you know any salesman that can sell me a good Mac? But you know there's a Mercedes garage, because people buy from people. But in an AI aspect, it does assist when it comes to customer service, because the dissemination of information is quicker, it's efficient, and it's direct, and it is repeating on the same things. I think what, Prof, you are trying to say, you will correct me if I'm wrong, that let us be careful. Let us not use it as a sales tool. Let's keep it on customer service aspect for us to be efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues at the back, any questions from the chat?
I think we'll take those ones for now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, those are a bit... I know I'm a professor, but I can't remember
First
everything.
speaker, first speaker to have more than 10 questions.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
No, I think I like what Mr. Sibi, I think you said, that I think you talked about the replaceability of human element, of people, and whether you speak to an AI agent. I can assure you, AI is going to surpass even human intelligence like you can't imagine. So, for example, if you've used a paid-up version of ChatGPT, it records everything about you. It knows everything. It can have a conversation with you to the later. It even understands the tone of your voice. Because remember, the fundamental of machine learning is mathematics. Now, when you understand mathematics, all it does is trying to understand patterns of nature and put it in an equation. So, the tone of a voice, now you can see I'm animated, but I can also speak like this. So that is a pattern. It's a mathematical pattern. So the way artificial intelligence works is that these patterns are modeled. So machines will be able at some point, definitely, in fact, it's already happening, that you can get a full conversation with an AI agent and it will convince you. Because it knows who you are, it knows where you've been, it knows everything about you. So for me, the question is that we are going to get there. In fact, in some cases, we are already there. And I know, like OpenAI and people behind the scenes have said, we have already achieved general human intelligence. That's when machines are able to reason way better than human beings. Therefore, for me, the question is, what happens after that? Where do we put the human being in all of this? So I think I agree with you, Nancy and Marcus, on AI should be an enabler. But what happens when it's no longer just an enabler? It can also convince. It can also help you make decisions. It can trigger you along the way when you're driving, telling you where to go. So if you know patterns, then it will direct what you do. So it is a question for me, by the way. I don't have the answers, but these are areas we need to engage on, and especially as customer engagement or customer service people, how far will you let AI go? You see, how far should you let it go? To what extent should you let it make us help make decisions? So at what point can you now replace Agnes Zulu with an AI bot, because it won't sleep at midnight, it won't get sick, it won't. It understands, it can get data from each and every one of you. And by the way, remember, not each. You're all using phones, right? It's either an Android or an Apple. Who owns those companies? So all the data about us is in the US, whether you like it or not. So it knows about all of us at the same time. So when you raise the ethical issue, should we knock the person or should we save the person? I think human beings should still be allowed to make critical decisions. So I gave a scale where you shouldn't allow AI to be fully autonomous. There are some things for which we should never allow AI to be fully autonomous, and that's where government comes in. Because government has the role and responsibility to citizens to say, this is how far you can go. Government of South Africa can say to Google, from today onwards, you don't collect data on South Africans. You see where I'm going? So as government, you have an opportunity to determine how far and where you can talk AI. So Deputy Director, on your question on blockchain is fantastic. One of the biggest challenges is capacity. I think is technological capacity. We don't have enough capacity, and it's very demanding technologically, but it's fantastic in terms of transparency and security of records. So whatever you do on a blockchain, 500 years from now, it will still be there, and we'll know exactly what happened. So it's good for transparency, but it's not good when you want to crack some deals, if you know what I'm saying. So you can be sure that some people sabotage some of these technologies because they do not enable other behaviors, if you know what I mean. Yeah. But thank you very much. I think I've eaten into the time of the next speaker.
Thank you, Prof. You can take a seat. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much for being such an engaging audience. It is quite interesting, the nature of questions that you are bringing across, because we are all here to learn, and for the take-up, when we leave here, it will be, we will try and put more emphasis on our planning so that we implement properly. Thank you. Colleagues, we will have only one speaker now before we end. Our speaker is going to be virtual. Professor Dr. Soma Figeni will be joining us virtually. The topic that is going to be discussed today with him, after identifying the barriers, then how are we then going to reclaim trust through our professionalism, professionalized service delivery, and equal and ethical public service. That is very critical, colleagues. When I introduce Dr. Soma Figeni, he is a public figure who's held various leadership roles in the public sector, organizations. His contributions on public policy also and analysis and development has helped shape the public sector. So he's very much passionate about public sector. He's always been passionate about such dialogue, which will then help us address problems that we are facing, and also we believe that it will assist us in improving service to our customers. I will welcome Dr. Figeni Siyabonga Baba for joining us. The exciting part about Dr. Figeni, to us that are, the senior citizens, I'll say the senior citizens of the EThekwini, we listen to radios, we watch TV, not like the younger ones, and we have seen the political analysis that he's shared with us over the TV, radio, and it is of great importance for him to join us today. And honestly, I'm honored to introduce such an honorable person.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the Honorable Executive Mayor of EThekwini and your leadership, all the invited fellow panelists and presenters, experts, and the staff members, as well as the members of the civil society being part of that, if the business community, the media, and so on. I recognize you and greet you on this most consequential day in the history of South Africa this year. As we present here, the Minister of Finance is finalizing his presentation of the budget speech in Parliament, which in essence is trying to say it's no longer business as usual, because as a country, we have this fiscal crisis, we have this budget deficit that is a runaway train. We're borrowing 2 billion rands per day and using 1.2 billion, according to his words, to service the debt. All what it is saying is that we can no longer do business as usual. We have to change. We have to improve our efficiencies. I am encouraged by the municipality, your worship, Executive Mayor, that you even managed to organize this workshop. And this workshop is not just your usual workshop. It's the one that is looking at advancing service excellence through innovation and citizen-centric delivery. So that in itself is quite fundamental in SA. We have started as a country very well. Many countries, great universities across the world used South Africa as an example of a country that moved from apartheid, that moved from the crisis it was facing into a well-performing country during the first 10 or so years. But we then saw the decline of service delivery. We saw the rise of corruption. We saw the rise of public service delivery protests and the instability that is actually creating. And this bears testimony in the surveys that have been conducted, such as the one by the Human Resource Council, the one by Afrobarometer, which said the public has lost trust in public institutions. The public is angry, is disappointed, and the rating of the public services is very low. And much of that is at a local government level, at municipalities, for obvious reasons that they are the closest to the people. I am preaching to the people who know this fact very well. But to preamble my comments, I want to say the Prime Minister of Mauritius and many others have said citizens' experience of any quality of the state of services of democracy depends on how public service performs. The moment public service fails to perform, it brings down the entire rating of that particular democracy, of that particular state, because people are no longer able to receive services. And we experienced these challenges during the second decade into the present of our democracy when we took a detour. And we have to ask hard questions, and we have to shift the paradigm. Hence, I said my topic would be reclaiming public trust through professionalized public service and ethical, through professionalized service and ethical public service. We have to reclaim the space for a number of reasons. The first one, there are meager changes which are forcing us to rethink and change the way we do things. Some of those is the geopolitics and the geopolitical volatility which impacts on the interface between the political leadership and the administration, which impacts the relationship between the mayor and the municipal manager and the staff, between the speaker and the mayor, between the speaker, the councillors, and the officials. So that geopolitical space, which has become more fragmented with more coalition arrangements, it's one of the things that we should actually recognize. And it's more the reason we can no longer afford to work for this party or that party or to be partisan in our approach, but rather be professional. So that an IFP person, an ANC person, and a DA person, an EFF person looking for services, or a region that we know should not feel that they are being discriminated against because of their orientation and belief system. The second part of this work is that we should, as a matter of fact, recognize some of the meager changes that have taken place. And these include climate change, environmental degradation, which has led to frequent disasters, and EThekwini has borne the brunt of those. Which means we have to rethink, we have to have a paradigm shift on how services are provided and how do we have business continuity, anticipation, and strategic foresight for some of those. The third one is what the previous speaker was speaking to quite extensively. The artificial intelligence-driven digital revolution, which is a double-edged sword. It can be used to improve efficiency, but at the same time, it comes with all the kinds of other risks that you can think of, from cybersecurity to many other things. But more important, if used well, it can improve your efficiency, but we should have policies to anticipate that it can also be misused if the wrong persons are utilizing it. And if we have to approach this by understanding that there are certain things that even a deep learning AI empowered machine cannot replace. Ubuntu cannot be replaced by a computer, not in the near future. The issues of consciousness, the issues of conscience, the issues of mindfulness, the issues of ethics still remain with us. Therefore, it is very much important when I talk of this shift of paradigm to take that into account. One thing I want to say, which is the biggest problem at all times in every institution, it's when you externalize responsibility and say, no, we are failing because our managers are failing. We're failing because our leaders are failing. We're stealing because our leaders are stealing. And the very organizational culture, yes, leadership should set the tone at the very top. But on daily basis, when managers are in meetings, in workshops, the frontline staff member and the back office worker processing any claims or any queries from your, from your customers. It's very much important that we invest in their orientation, we invest in their professionalization in many ways. You'll know that in October 2022, government approved the framework for professionalization of the public service, something that the Public Service Commission is leading in implementing. The reason for that, which also led to the building of an ethical, capable developmental state being a priority of the 6th and the 7th administration, is that public service is the engine of this vehicle called administration, of this vehicle called the state. It is the engine that provides services. And of course, it's also one of the biggest employers. Once that engine is not well serviced, once that engine is broken down, you can have your best intentions, your best policies, but you'll fail. But the mistake that is often done is when you externalize responsibility. Why are wrong things happening? No, it's my organization. Why are wrong things happening? It's my leaders. Each one of you, even if you are a frontline staff member, you are responsible. You can show that kindness. You can show that care to the person in front of you. Even if the network was down, how we answer them, how we respond to them, how we treat them with dignity becomes key. And also, some say, no, it is our system. How you say it is equally important, because some people can actually tell you, no, this is not available, but in a manner that makes you feel like you matter. It makes you feel like they care. So professionalization as a starting point, you should always go to Chapter 10 of the Constitution, Section 195. An outline of values which are put in there are timely and they are timeless. They are always relevant at all times, because those values encompasses every aspect of what we do all the time in the public service, whether you are in a municipality, you are in a provincial or national government, whether you are even in state agencies or state-owned companies. One of those values is having an ethical and professional public service as the very first principle, because of the importance of that. The reason the emphasis on ethics is very much important, and we need to emphasize it more now than ever before, it's because once you are technically trained, you have the knowledge of the system, but you are not ethical, you can misuse the system. It is for this same reason that you have seen people doing what we call malicious compliance when they do their work, when they do their annual performance targets. They make them to be so low so that you get a bonus, you get pay progression, you get your contract renewed. And at that moment, you have forgotten about that most important thing called the citizen and the residents that you are servicing. Everything we do should have an impact on the city. My annual report looks so good. My audit, it's going to be very promising, but the people I'm servicing on the ground are still miserable. Then there is a problem there, because it means there is a mismatch, or sometimes some clever people have crafted this thing such that auditors will see nothing and just see high scores, and so forth with no impact, with no fulfillment of the mandate to the extent that it should be. Hence, then, at the Public Service Commission and as part of professionalization, was saying, let's have a shift from this compliance mind and combine compliance, not abandon compliance, with a value-based approach. Because that value-based approach is more intrinsic. Even when you are looking for a person you are going to employ, you look for a person who has integrity. You look for a person who is not just, book smart, but a person who is ethical, person who will not be involved in corruption and so forth. So that in itself is one of the principles that you find in there in chapter 10. The second one, and effective use of resources. Each time we do these things, we should no longer say, spend, it's government money. There is no government money. It's your own taxed money. It's your own pay as you earn that is being used. It's the money you pay in the fuel levy. It's the money you pay in VAT that is collected for the use. So when you use this inefficiently, one day we will run out of these resources. Even your children and your children's children will not be able to pay this debt, and it will not be easy for them to dig themselves out of this ditch. The Constitution, in its preamble and in its very first line in chapter 1, talks of human dignity. Everything we do in our customer service must always have that in mind. When a gogo has been coming to your office borrowing money and is not getting any answers, you have robbed the human dignity of that person. They may even borrow monies just to get transport. They are not informed that this or that service is not working. So to rebuild public trust, we ought to be looking at those. The other one of those principles, people's needs must be responded to. And the other one says people must be consulted and there must be transparency. Most of the time, we've seen in some of the municipalities, because you have met a friend who has a TLB, people want water. Instead, you do something else just to feed the tender of your colleague. People want the road, but you keep ignoring that to do other things and you don't even feel there should be explanation to that effect. And that in itself is violating that principle of dignity, is violating those principles, the constitutional values and principles. Sometimes people will just see trucks coming in, bricks coming in, and they do not even know whether it's a school or it's a community hall that is going to be built, because they are taken as just ordinary cogs. They are not consulted to say, you made a request to this, we are now coming to deliver it. That's how trust is lost in most instances. I would go on, but I say to you, look at those constitutional values and principles at all times when you are dealing with your customers. When we say citizen-centric or people-centered approach in our developmental state, it means exactly that. Needs are based on what people want, not what entrepreneurs want, not what technocrats want and create in their own minds. There are instances I've encountered where people come and impose, they say we're experts, we're engineers, we're not talking to you. If you don't want this project, then we're going to leave you. Only to find that they build an infrastructure on top of a sacred area with graves. But because of their arrogance, they have not been able to consult ordinary people. The other thing I want to emphasize, because we deal with these things all the time at the PSC, how to treat your staff members, your colleagues, humanely, because you spend more time at your workplace than in your home. When a person is traumatized, they are less likely going to have Ubuntu and extend themselves to the public because they are carrying this burden. That's why labor peace, that's why tranquility, affirmation, collegiality is very much important at work. And laws should not be used as a back pocket knife to stab others and leave others applied inconsistently, because this one I want to suspend. I don't like the way, they look at me. So I'm going to look for a clause where I'll charge this one, where I'll make this one miserable. That negative energy then transmits to ordinary citizens. But then I want to move on. When we talk of professionalization, it means the whole ecosystem of our human resource development, the kinds of people we train in the whole pipeline, the professionalized process of selection of employees, where you get the right person because they have competence, not you get people because they are loyal to you. Because if you look for loyalists who have no competence, they will then preside over professionals who increasingly will find the space intolerable, toxic, and leave you with your chummy or friend. And that's when failures occur. It is for this reason that government came with the idea of Batupile, because it was merely saying that the mindset change is far more important than anything. When you reset your button, the mindset change that begin to say, let's look at those we serve in a different form. Let's look at each other as professionals in a different form. So that professionalization goes all the way from training to recruitment to talent management. It goes to performance management, discipline management when people do wrong, that you should make people accountable, and even managing their exit. So in all that, the principle of Batupile is at the heart of it. That's why Madiba, having seen the physical RDP, reconstruction and development programs that were bringing electricity, water, that were bringing roads, he said in 1997, this nation needs RDP of the soul, something more than just the physical, the chemistry you have with people. Hence, Albert Einstein says, not everything that can be counted counts. There are certain things such as Ubuntu, you can't count it, but you can feel it. There are certain things that is like a toxic environment at work. You may not point your finger there, but you can tell. Even the clients, therefore, will be exposed to that. But let me quickly then come to the issue of technology. One of the things that we've come to see is that when technology is introduced, systems are put in place, but they are not speaking to each other. It creates further fragmentation, and it creates more silos. Even when software systems are being introduced, they should speak to each other. They should be integrated. The data of your clients should be integrated. The accuracy of the data of meter reading, something we've seen in places like Johannesburg and Tshwane, creating such a revulsion from people when technology is misused, and sometimes there's misreading or even inflation of what people ought to be paying. In that way, you are mobilizing people against yourself. So technology, we should allow people who know technology to devise even the problem statement and the specifications. Because if you take an ordinary me and say devise software development, which will be customized, the consultants will run rings around you because you'll have said this thing in such a vague manner. The other side to technology, as I said, as you embrace technology, you should also understand the downside of it in terms of the risks inherent, especially municipalities holding the data, sensitive data of people. We should be very much clear as to how we handle that. We've seen how SARS, from the doldrums when it was experiencing challenges, it adopted technology, it digitized, all of a sudden its collections were improved, its systems were improved. When we talk of introducing technology, we don't mean those call centers where you put an automated system which will always be singing a music song, and at 2 a.m. it says, please wait because the queue is long, please wait. Please wait. You know, at 2 a.m. it can't be that the queue is long. 3 a.m. But because it's a default thing, there is no one there to attend to this. It becomes an irritant to people instead of it doing the work it was supposed to do. The next thing I want to introduce, still dealing with the technology, is the digital literacy itself of those people who are gathered there. Very often we buy expensive licenses of Microsoft where you put in Excel spreadsheet, you put in Teams, you put in processor, you put in Sway, you put in One Way and so forth. And only to find that most of the time people utilize 5% of what you have there. You are busy buying USBs when in fact people have not even explored their cloud storage. And they keep losing these USBs, some of them giving them to children to do their homeworks. And sometimes we do gifts and things to them only to find that we have misused technology. Technology is there. Therefore, we ought to be training people on digital literacy, how to utilize and get the maximum benefit, how to sync your gadgets, your phone, your tablet, your computer, so that there is continuity in tracking what work is there before you. And that in itself, I think, is very much important that we embrace technology. It's not about to go away. Even in the space of communication, crisis communication, because very often we underestimate social media and citizens' journalism. By the time you respond the following day, after many hours of a damaging story, you are gone in terms of the brand value. Hence, we should be training and making sure that people who are in communication, people who are in IT, are not just support services, but people who are strategic in inclination, people who understand your core business, people who will advise when the tracking of customer service is not happening the way it is, and advise on the new software, advise on the new systems that should actually be tracking. And I believe that municipalities are massive entities that deal with big data, and they ought to be having data analytics or data analysts. They should be having some of these competencies, and even managers should be trained on how to read with meaning some of the trend analysis, some of the scenarios that can be anticipated and plan accordingly. But I want to close by simply saying It is not the technology. It is not the policies. It is not the budget that will change our approach to customers. It starts with us. As Mahatma Gandhi once said, the greatest thing that we have to change in the world is not the world itself or the people before us, but we have to change ourselves. Change what we used to be, knowing that sometimes new and wrong cultures might have engulfed the organization, and it's battered by the image that is negative. Knowing that Samuel Johnson and later Warren Buffett once said, chains of habit are too weak to be felt until they are too strong to be broken. Indeed, some of the habits start slowly until they are so strong of chains around you that you can't shift and change them. And yet Alvin Toffler says, the literate of the 21st century will not be people who can read, write, or count. The illiterate of the 21st century will be people who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. What is most important when we come to workshops of this nature is our ability to be vulnerable to unlearn some of the negative things that we have learned in order to relearn new values and principles, new technical skills, new ethical conduct. That relearning process is the same metaphor and analogy we have for your cell phone, for your computer. The software, once it's outdated, can no longer read the files of today. And the software, once it's corrupted with a malware or virus, needs to be deleted, and a new software ought to be put in. Professionalization. This new attitude towards the citizen-centric approach or people-centeredness and service orientation is the new software that we ought to put in. Then you'll begin to see your municipality getting better and better. In any event, if we don't change our attitude and professionalize our municipalities, one day we will no longer even be employees. We will be pensioners, or we will be unemployed somewhere, and will be desperately looking and needing the same services of municipalities. And you would wish you had changed certain things. The same attitude you give to people to disregard them is the same attitude you will receive. That's why it is better to prepare your bed now so that later you are in a better position to say, I was part of this turnaround. Let us, each one of us, commit that when we finish the service we have done as public servants, we will not leave behind a vacancy. We will leave behind a legacy, which we are all proud of. And that legacy, where we can say we've changed the lives of people one by one, community by community, ward by ward, city by city. Recently, we were in a workshop of the review of the white paper for local government here in Neguruleni. And indeed, some of these principles are ringing true. Some changes are on the way, but we can only receive them well if the attitude changes. And those who are doing well, because there are many people who are doing well, who are sick and tired of the negativity, they should not be discouraged because the next person is also negative. Don't change your character. Don't allow for character erosion because everyone else in your space has stopped smiling. They are angry as to why a client walks into their desk when they were still playing solitaire. No, you should keep into your character. Even when water is out, therefore offices are closed, how you say it is important. Even when network is down, how you say it, and devising means of alerting people through community radios. Today, this and that service is not available. Don't bother to come so that you don't waste money. Communication that is mutually reinforcing is key. So it is very much important that we keep that in mind. I think I will stop there, Program Director, by saying Franz Fanon, in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, says each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. What is the mission of us as this cohort and generation of public servants? Are we prepared to fulfill that mission, or are we going to betray it? If we fulfill that mission, it's not how we pat each other at the back through annual reports, through our section reports, but it is when the life of people we're servicing, they begin to say, well done, well done. I thank you.
Let's continue clapping. Wow. Siyabonga kakhulu Dokotela. Thank you so much for such an insightful information. I think you spoke to our souls. You spoke from the heart. Now it requires us to rethink and rebuild at the same time, and we need to go back and do right, even if no one is seeing us. It starts with us. Those are my takes on the presentation. He talks of systems integration, which is one of our major challenges because we are working in silos. Therefore, information is disseminated somehow. He speaks of professionalism, which requires continuous training, but at the same time, do we have Ubuntu when we deal with our customers? An RDP of the soul. I feel like preaching, but ladies and gentlemen, I will allow for questions, comments, and also from the social media platforms so that our professor can give us more and respond to our questions. Beautiful ladies with your roaming mics. We are still soul searching. It was more, exactly.
Okay.
Any questions from the chat, colleagues, comments? Nothing. Yebo Baba Sbi.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm sorry. I think I've been speaking too much. Maybe I feel bad, colleagues, but I'm touched by Dr. Figeni. I feel his presence is like he's here physically with us. Colleagues, what I can say is that a leader has spoken, an elder has spoken, and I feel him. What I would like to say to the doc is that, you know, when we move from the previous dispensation to the current one, no one ever told us that this is now our country. So now I'm talking about patriotism now. You know, there are things that we say when we go to work. Some of us, when we leave work, so there is still that mentality that this is not our country, or we are doing things for someone else. So that is the number one problem. It's like we are forced, whatever we do, when we have to deliver a service, we are forced. And then the other part is unemployment. Because of unemployment, people get into jobs which they don't like. They're just there for a salary. And therefore, when they are there, they don't give their best. And then they are pushed all the time to deliver. There's no passion. So I think for me, those are two issues. I think in that regard, because we are in that situation, we need more team effectiveness sessions, you know, just to do the RDP of the soul, because anyway, you know, someone knows that he's in a wrong job here, but they are there, so they are living with it. So at least what we can do for them is try and motivate them, you know. So I think those are challenges that I've noticed in this country, Doc. Thank you for the chance. Yeah.
Thank you. I've got gentleman over. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Microphone, sound, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think the doctor expressed himself very wonderfully and very inspiring. I think, I chair the social work committee for Verulam Child Welfare. I just want to relate my experience with dealing with the EThekwini Municipality with respect to service delivery. I think, we fall under the umbrella body of the Department of Social Work. You know, the department has cut our funding to a certain extent, so we rely on fundraising to actually ensure that the 12 social workers we employ remain, employed. The challenges we face is that we need to raise funding. We have been communicating with the EThekwini Municipality, the booking hall department. Up to today, we have not received any confirmation. None of our emails were replied to. There was no correspondence, that the municipality actually, addressed our issues. We even were invited to an NGO platform raised by called by the ANC senior government, senior leadership. We've handed them emails of the communication between the department, the EThekwini Municipality Department, and the fact that we are not getting any responses or any communication from the department. But whenever I personally phone the department, and they keep on telling us that they are continuously going into training. Every day they are into training. So I would like to know what kind of training that they are doing, that they are not abiding by what the doctor has told us. Where is the professionalism, and how are you all going to assist us in addressing this? Because it mustn't be another tick box exercise. I'm going to be spending 3 days here to ensure that you all are going to meet the standards and the expectations of the people. I'm speaking to you about a lived experience. My experience with the EThekwini Municipality is terrible. It's written here, everything every speaker had said. I don't know what to say. And I am appealing to the leadership from the EThekwini Municipality to please investigate the Caesar Kala Center, the hall bookings at Verulam, at the Verulam Community Center, to see what is going on with the officials who represent us, the members of the public. It's no point here in highlighting pretty words and saying glorified statements when 3 days later we're going to pack our bags and go back as business as normal. Number one. Number two is that I want to know whether Bato Pillar principles still exist. Is it still exist, or it's just something on a poster or print on the walls, because no one is taking that seriously. Maybe we need to get the AI to answer on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for such profound rebuilding words. As a Xhosa boy, iye ithi indoda xa ithethe njengawe sithi kuye sinama, sithi mjoli, sithi malandelwa zintombi ithi ndizeke, noma kungesijathu sesihlanu, sithi wena wakwamjoli, enkosi somadoda, fikeni. Mazene thona.
Colleagues, any messages from the chat? Dimagato. Okay, can we have a mic this side?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. I've got two questions. How can we balance ethical decision-making with political and administrative pressure? Because since we all know in various municipalities, you will have that political administrative challenges, that the balances between the two. How can you assist, how can we balance those decision-making? And the second one, what plans are in place from Public Service Commission to assist municipalities in implementing the approved professionalization and ethical behavior in public service? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Deputy Head, the side at the center. Mafunda.
Thanks. Mine will not necessarily be a question to Doc. It will be a comment to say, from what he has said and what other presenters have said, it brings me to what I always ponder on, to say, who actually determined this as something that should be called soft skill, the behavioral attributes, how you engage with people and so on? Because many a times, that is what determines whether you are going to be successful as a business, whether you are going to be satisfied as a customer or as a community member. Many a times, people resign from work, not from the organization, but from people. People buy commodities from the people. How you present whatever that you are selling will sway the customer into buying or not buying, or rather failure to do so. So for me, that's not a soft skill. The tendency that usually happens in our space as the government is to say, if someone is excelling in his or her speciality technically, when we promote that person, we take that person into being a manager. And then in management, the basis is to interact with different stakeholders and make them understand why they should buy into your business or your environment. So we really need to rethink how we position the behavioral aspects into the skill set if we want to succeed, and succeed in professionalizing the public sector in general. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other contribution or question? Let me leave to Doctor to respond on the comments and also on the questions of clarity from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words and insightful questions that you have raised. I'll answer them the following manner. I think you are spot on. As we shift our mentality, we should shift it towards being patriotic. When you care about your country and you love your country and you want it to succeed, you identify with it unconditionally. But you also are a good steward for the resources. You do not want the institution you are in to fail. But more importantly, you want that success to be demonstrated through the lived experience of the people you are servicing. The problem is that in the past, people were at war with the apartheid system, hence the alienation. Some of them have continued with the attitude. And now we should be saying the season is for building, is for affirming our state, for the benefit of the people. Indeed, unemployment is a problem where people choose a career without a calling. If you want to bring your soul, your mind, your commitment to your work, even if you were a sweeper or a security, even if you were just photocopying, you should always say, this is a calling and I want to bring the best of me to it such that people will notice the before and after I leave this particular position. Have you seen people who are frontline staff members who have treated people so well that even the one who is in line start delaying going forward and say, yo, you can pass, because they are timing to meet that person who treated them with dignity, to meet that person who treated with love. And they are trying to avoid that one who is always frowning, who is always chewing a chewing gum in an aggressive manner, who is always giving you the face which says, why are you coming here to disturb my peace? And I'm playing on my social media. I'm giggling with my TikTok. Why are you here? I'm here to get salary, not to service you. That's a negative attitude many people feel. Even if you hide it, people can feel it when there's negative energy. Sometimes just a sheer greeting. I know that people are overburdened, numbers are big, they are overloaded, but you sleep so well when you say, I left so many people with a smile. Even when a particular service is not available, it's how you say it. Even when you are servicing those who are reporting to you, even when you are servicing those reporting to you and they're asking for leave, how you say no, how about looking at another time because this will be our peak season and so sorry and so forth. But once you just put a stamp, denied, no communication, as if you are a robot. Same with when you're dealing with people. You can disagree agreeably. Want to give you a story. I pursued my wife, who I wanted to settle with, for 12 years. Reason, when she kept on saying no, she said it so well that I just wanted to go again and again. so sometimes even when, and now I've never looked back, I am person in that space, precisely because how she said, no, this would not be possible. No, I'm not ready, I'm still younger. No, and so forth. And I said, every quality, even when she says no, I just feel like she's saying yes. And I then pursued that. But the other part I want to give to you, I have a cousin of mine who has been unemployed for a long time. She said she's been sending applications to dozens of places year in, year out. One day she came back crying, and her friends asked, "Why are you crying?" She said, "I'm so happy." Why? It's because finally I got an email which says, "We would like to acknowledge receipt of your application." It just brought hope. Mind you, this person has not been shortlisted, is not being employed, but the affirmation of responding to request like that NGO, which is saying simple acknowledgement of correspondence. Even if your boss is too busy, never make a mistake of saying, "These are rubbish emails, these are unimportant, these are unimportant." I often say in my office, no one should decide for me what is important or unimportant. Because that ordinary person who may want to sit down with me will give me the insights. And besides, it's an honor for me. I meet with the ministers all the time. But when I meet with that person who says, "I've not received my ID for 7 years, I need your help." And the day we help that person, it's such a fulfilling, a healing experience. You no longer go to Discam or go to any psychologist to need help. You just healed yourself by helping the next person, make the next person feel good. But also we must have diversity, sensitivity, IQ in the set of skills that we have. If you are a born-again Christian, you should dispense the same service to a person who is a Muslim, to a person who is a Hindu, to a person who is a non-believer, to a person who is a Sangoma, because your attitude towards public servants remains positive and the same. And you want each person to feel redeemed, irrespective of their background, poor or rich, rural or urban, informal settlement or suburb. You want each person to walk home feeling redeemed, black or white, Indian or colored, young or old. So those soft skills that we talk about in this VUCA moment of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity are going to be a lot more important than ever before, because these changes are creating anxieties amongst people and even mental health, especially after COVID-19. Therefore, the role of the social skills become far more important to make sure that people's wellness is taken care of, so that when they face the customers, it becomes very much important. The issue of soft skills, I think, is very much important. I can't agree with you more, because you can have the technical skill, but if you have a miserable social skill, if you cannot communicate in an affirming manner, look at how the whole notion of Doge in the US has been so mishandled. Many people are in agreement that you need to reduce the size of government and the wage bill in the US. But how people are told 10,000 people of US aid, you mustn't come to work tomorrow. Then the next thing, before they are communicated to, they see cranes removing the sign US aid. They hear in the news that the workplace has been closed. Some had been working for 45 years in that entity. Then they are told when they go to the gate, the card is no longer working. When they try to lodge into an email, it's no longer working. That's not how you treat people, even when your formula is correct. You must walk with the people. You must assure the people of your bona fides, of your intentions, and the same for our customers. Of course, the ethics and the political demands, we are putting in place a number of laws to manage the political administrative interface in order to reduce that friction. And those laws are trying to prevent unlawful instructions. Here is your political principal, seeing that a tent is full of supporters. They get excited and say, we are going to bring a big bridge to you in 6 months. And you know that it doesn't appear anywhere in your development plan. Or when elections are coming, all of a sudden, people are possessed by spirits of saying, let's build this, let's build that, let's quickly cut the ribbon, let's turn the sword, even if we know certain things won't be done. So there are laws which are being put in place to deal with that, even professionalization, by reducing the role of political principals in the appointment of professionals. And now those laws are going to be stringent. Remember, the life asset demanding crisis, where the MEC is said to have been giving instructions, approving this, others were doing this. People have lost their professions, their careers. You no longer can use, I was given unlawful instruction by a person who is senior than me. That's why you must just say those magic words. Can you please reduce it into writing? Or if they refuse to do that, you write an email to them to say, I just want to be clear of the instructions that you sent to me or you said, whether I understood you well, whether you said we should be doing A, B, or C. And then when you send that email, send it with something which says it won't open until you confirm that you have read it. So that when the time for you to go stand before the law, you are able to say, here is the portfolio of evidence. And I think nothing is more important than humanizing the workspace we're in. Just be human. Whenever you're dealing with the customers, treat them as your masters. Treat them as the people who are a reason for you to be at work. Once you have that, treat them as though they are that aunt of yours, that grandmother. Always stop to empathize and say, what if this was my grandmother? What if this was myself? How would I respond in this space? A person is at the door 10 minutes before you close. Then you jump to the security and say, hey, you are sleeping when I close that door. Sometimes a person just wanted to ask for direction. Sometimes a person just needed to check if you are open tomorrow. We must build a caring, sensitive society imbued with Ubuntu, because already people are unemployed, people who have no parents, who are orphans, people who are sleeping on the sidewalks, people who are victims of crime are already very sensitive to how they are treated. An affirmation that gives them dignity becomes very much important. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. This is the end of our presentation for today. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me space to lead this session. I really appreciate also all your engagements, your questions, and also your support in terms of what the presenters has put on the table. We are going to be attending to the gentleman's concern via the right channels, so we will deal with your concerns. Thank you. I'll hand over to Dimakatso. In closing, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Colleagues, without wasting any more further time, it is 4:00, but we want to extend our gratitude to each and every one of you for active participation, engagement, and valuable insight throughout the session. Let us take knowledge gain and challenges identified and the strategies proposed, turn them into actionable steps. On behalf of the organizing team, thank you once again for contribution, contrived commitment to improve public service delivery. Colleagues, we will meet tomorrow. Same venue. Yes, I'm coming to that one. 8:00 tomorrow, we are starting our session. We have a lot of speakers lined up for tomorrow, like we did today. Tickets are available at the back. Exit tickets are available at the back. There are ladies there. If you have not received it as yet, as you